Dear respected participants, in this section for poster presentation sections, the interested people can ask about the posters from the chat box. If you want to detailed presentations, we have established for that a specific web page. We will put it also in the book, and also you can visit the web page we will share to see the detailed poster presentations.
Ses çalışıyor mu? Evet.
Uzun mesaileri bitirmek için milyon ister. Enerji patlaması. Telefonlar süper avantaj aileti sınavlardan alıyor. Üç yıl karantina 6 ay olarak farksız alışveriş kredisiyle burada. Üstelik telefon siparişleri uzun mesaileri bitirmek için milyon ister. Enerji patlaması. Allah canını almasın.
Hello? Ali Hocam merhabalar, hoş geldiniz.
Merhaba hocam.
Merhabalar hocam.
Merhabalar. İki tane Halil Hocam var. İkiniz de
Tane
tekrar
Ali,
hoş
ikisini cevap
geldiniz.
al.
Ozan kullanabiliriz hocam karışıklık olmaması adına.
Tamam, öyle yapalım. Dünkü şeylerde Damla Hocam'la görüştün herhalde Ozan Hocam. Şeydir, iki kişide bir aksam olmuş. Bu Camila ile Hasna diye bir hanımefendi galiba.
Jamile Hanım'ı doğrulamadı ama hocam başka isim yok herhalde, o bahsettiğiniz o konu başlığı hocam.
Herhalde o şey yapacak.
Evet.
Eğer şey olursa o zaman şeyi paylaşımı Damla Hocam şeye versin. Bu iki kişiden birine.
Tabii hocam.
Sorularını alalım da sohbetlerden chatten bir arkadaş Muhammed mikrofonuyla ilgili bir şey yapıyor. Acaba bu da mı gecikmem oldu geçen şeyde?
Liste dışı mı hocam?
Sunumdan, evet, liste dışından biri daha mı var? Mikrofonuyla ilgili bir istekte bulunmuş, mikrofonun kapalı olduğuna yönelik. Tamam hocam, şey yaparsa bir onu soralım.
Tamam hocam.
Bir iki tane şeyimiz var.
Tamam.
Dünden kalan internet bağlantısıyla ilgili sıkıntı olan katılımcılarımız vardı galiba. Onları diğer katılımcıların affına sığınarak listemize alalım. İlk başta onlara şey yapalım.
Tamam. Damla hocam onay verdikten sonra konuşmamıza başlayabiliriz herhalde hocam.
Tamamdır.
Sayın hocalarım, herkese merhaba.
Herkese merhabalar Damla Hocam.
Merhabalar hocam.
Hocam nasıl uygun görürseniz başlayabiliriz. İsterseniz öncelikle ben sizi tanıtayım.
Buyurun hocam.
Dear respected researchers, welcome to our second session and unfortunately the last session of today and also the Congress last session. And now I'm going to present Assistant Professor Dr. from Zincirli University and also Halil Ozan Caner from Turkish Agricultural Ministry. And welcome. The session is yours. And thank you very much for your support to our Congress. Welcome, everyone.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Nice for your background of mine and background of Çakmak. And I would like to be start. If I'm not mistaken, yesterday there is a two internet communication problem who are Jamila and Husna. And I would like to be start first of all Jamila study. This study, Jamila, are you here? Do you hear me well? Jamila? Are you absent or there? Over there?
Here, but please, can you try it again?
Jamila?
In the morning, we tried a lot, but connection was unstable.
All right. If you want, we could wait 1 or 2 minutes.
Or we can pass to Hasna.
Hasna, all right, all right. Hasna, are you here? Do you well?
Yes, yes,
Yes.
I'm here.
I would like to present the Hasna study, and Hasna will present the study combined effect of two medicinal plants, garlic, onion, with the probiotics against the Helicobacter pylori. Yes, Hasna, it's your turn.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
So, hello, everyone. So, it's clear the present clear?
Hasna, first of all, you should have already opened the presentation, yes. And
Yes.
full screen, if you click the full screen. And we could follow it easily for us.
It's okay?
Now is okay, but if you have a chance to click the full screen,
Yes. It's full screen for me.
all right. All right.
Okay, I can
All right.
start?
All right, you can start, and you can click the next slides manually.
Okay. So I will present myself. My name is Bouhne Hasna, PhD student from Faculty of Nature and Life Science from the University of Ibn Khaldun Tiaret from Algeria. This is a part of my work, which is about combined effects of two medicinal plants, garlic and onion, and probiotic against Helicobacter pylori. So, Helicobacter pylori is involved in the pathogenesis of gastritis, peptic ulcer, and gastric cancer. The infection is prevalent in more than half of the world population. Although the infection may lead to detrimental consequence, still the majority of the infection individual only develop mild gastritis. H. pylori treatment still remains a challenge while no new drugs has been developed. Current therapy still relies on a different mixture of unknown antibiotic and anti-secretory agent. So in the present study, we discuss alternative therapy of H. pylori, mainly phytotherapy and probiotics.
Hasna,
F.
and the slices doesn't move, and if you click the manually the left side, the slides and the participants could follow the easily because the slices doesn't move now.
Okay, I will.
Perfect. That's good. It's working now.
It's okay?
It's working, right? It's working.
Okay. So in the present study, we discuss alternative therapy for H. pylori, mainly phytotherapy and probiotics, the potential of combination between methanolic extract of two medicinal plants, garlic and onion, and different strain of lactic acid bacteria, such as Bifidobacterium brevi, Bifidobacterium bifidum, longum, and also some strain of lactobacillus, like Rhamnosus, Helveticus, Lactis, and Streptococcus thermophilus, Lactobacillus plantarum, Acidophilus fermenta, and Casei against Helicobacter pylori. I think there is problem. So for material and method, the first step is the isolation of Helicobacter pylori from biopsy, gastric biopsy. The second step is the identification of Helicobacter pylori by different biochemical tests. And after that, we will evaluate the combined effects of garlic and onion extract with probiotic against Helicobacter pylori. So the different strain are mentioned there. The final step was the study of growth kinetics of Helicobacter pylori in the presence of garlic and onion extract with probiotics. So as we can see here is the results of isolation and biochemical identification of Helicobacter pylori. Are the slides clear here?
Actually, it doesn't move again, but you could click this manually in this the left side or right side. I don't know how it looks like your computer.
Hasna, it's better that close your presentation, then open it and manually change the pages, not automatically.
Okay.
Because in our screen, we are always the same, seeing the same page.
I will open it again.
Okay, we try it again because it is stacking and your presentation doesn't flow. Now results section, right? Okay.
But it didn't move. I think there is problem. Sorry for this
Don't make
problem.
full screen, just change it by manually, by your hand.
Okay.
Good luck.
Thank you. It's move here?
Yes. Don't worry,
Okay.
take your time. Don't worry.
Okay. So this fig presents the result of isolation and biochemical identification of H. pylori. As we can see here, this strain have urease positive, catalase positive, and oxidase positive. So the fix number 3 presents the result of identification of H. pylori by PCR. As we can see here, so the sequence of the URIs here are the same of H. pylori. The table, this table presents the result of evaluation of combined effects of garlic extract with probiotic against H. pylori. So the mixture, the mixture of Bifidobacterium brevi and garlic extract give the higher anti-Helicobacter pylori action with the 23 millimeter of diameter of inhibition compared to the other mixture. So the table number 2 also presents the result of evaluation of the combined effects of onion extract with the probiotic against H. pylori. Also, the mixture of Bifidobacterium brevi and onion extract give the higher diameter with the 25 millimeters against H. pylori. So this fix presents the result of the combined effects of the two medicinal plants, garlic and onion, with Bifidobacterium brevi against H. pylori. So we move now to the growth of kinetic. So as we can see here, the fix number 5 and 6 present the growth kinetic of Helicobacter pylori in the presence of supernasa of Bifidobacterium brevi plus the 2 extracts of garlic and onion. And we will see here at 6 hours when we put the extract plus the supernata of Bifidobacterium brevi, we can see the decrease of the growth of Helicobacter pylori. Also for all the mixture with the other lactic acid bacteria, as we can see here for Bifidobacterium longum with garlic and onion, the Lactobacillus helveticus and Lactobacillus rhamnosus also for the 2 strain LA and GG. So as conclusion, preliminary studies on the mode of action of probiotic against H. pylori revealed that the inhibition may be due to the lactic acid and bacteriocin presence in the lactic acid bacteria, and also it may be related to the presence of phenolic compound in our studies plants such as gallic acid, coffeic acid, quercetin, and vanillic acid. This research demonstrates the synergic effects of garlic and onion with beneficial lactic acid bacteria for H. pylori inhibition. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Asna. It was really interesting topic and it was really effective presentation. And if you provide your email address who caring about your topic, maybe they could communicate with you and they can collaborate with you for the future. Thank you so much again.
Thank you. You are welcome. Thank you.
And here we go. And the second presentation will present it to Jamila. Jamila, are you here? Do you hear me well?
Hello.
Hello. All right, Jamila. I would like to present your title. The title of a study on the stotoxicity induced by extract obtained from Algerian Abies numitica lanoi X carrier lives using Artemia salina. Yes, it's your turn.
Okay, thank you. Did you see the presentation?
Not yet.
I already shared it.
And first of all, you should click the yellow on the bottom. It's written share screen. You should click the share screen. But first of all, you should have opened the presentation.
Yes, I already shared it. I opened the presentation. Now it's on full screen. Here
Now,
on my
yes, presentation is coming now.
Hello. First of all, I would like to thank you for accepting my demand to participate in the second International Congress on Biological and Health Sciences. First of all, allow me please to introduce myself. My name is Jamila Ben Oushan, doctor in biochemistry and nutrition at the University of Montessori Brothers in Constantine in Algeria. I would like to take this opportunity today to talk about a study on cytotoxicity induced by extracts obtained from exterior leaves using Artemia salina. The occurrence of several diseases such as hypertension, diabetes, may link directly to the quality of life or the diet that we are following today. On the other hand, several clinical studies confirmed the potential effect of secondary metabolites obtained from these plants. Due to distinct pharmacological properties, minimal side effects compared with synthetic drugs, which showed the potential toxicity and carcinogenicity. Algeria, by its geographical position, represents a high biodiversity in plant kingdom that seems in different species distributed surrounding its area. For example, University of Louisiana, Adenocarpus foli, and Abies nemedica delanoy. Our attention was guided to Abies nemedica delanoy X carrier. But allow me please to give you a glance about this plant. Algerian fir, Abies nemedica delanoy X carrier, or as we call in Arabic, شوح أو تلوكنوميدي, originally in the Berbers Monks, Institute north of Algeria. After that, it's introduced outside its area by rotation in Annaba and Constantine. This plant was used in traditional medicine to treat cataplasms, inflammations, and respiratory problems. Despite this beneficial effect of this endemic plant, few studies have been reported about it. For that, the objective of the current research was to evaluate the biological activities, especially cytotoxicity in vitro of extracts obtained from this plant leaves. Moving on to material and methods. First of all, the extraction of secondary metabolites was assessed by maceration using methanol as solvent of extraction at 80%. After the evaporation, the crude extract fractionated using different solvents with different polarities, starting with dichloromethane, followed by ethyl acetate and N-butanol solvent. In this part, both extracts, ethyl acetate and N-butanol fraction was taken in order to evaluate their biological activities, especially cytotoxicity in vitro against Artemia salina larvae. For the against Artemia salina larvae, in test tubes, the extracts were mixed with 10 Artemia salina larvae. After that, the mixture was incubated, and after 24 hours of incubation, the mortality percentage was calculated. Moving on to the results and discussion. The results showed that ethyl acetate fraction was the most effective agent against Artemia salina larvae, with a little dose at 50% equal to 56 microgram per milliliter, while the N-butanol fraction showed or revealed a little dose at 50% equal to 75 microgram per milliliter. And according to the results or reports of Mayer et al. 1982, the extracts presented a little dose less than 100 microgram per milliliter considered toxic, if it presented a little dose more than 100 microgram per milliliter considered non-toxic. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jamila.
she has a really big internet connection because from the morning she's trying to get connect, and in the end she connected and luckily performed her presentation. Thanks to her. Sometimes it was broken, the internet connection, but anyway, we listened her. Thank you again. Yes, your
Yes.
turn.
Jamila, would you like to say anything?
No, just would like to thank you very much, and I'm so sorry I have a big problem of internet.
Thank you for your comprehensive study, and we get lots of valuable information from your side. Greetings from Turkey. Say hello to Algeria. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Tuncer Hocam.
Bu oturumumuzun katılımcılarının anlayışlarından dolayı çok teşekkür ediyoruz. İnternet problemiyle iki sunumdan da yapamayan hocamız olmuştu. Mecburen son oturumumuz buraya almak zorunda kaldık. Kendilerine tekrar teşekkür ediyorum. Cansu Hocam, internet bağlantınız müsait mi acaba?
Evet hocam, merhabalar.
Merhabalar. Cansu Hocamızı Determination of Antibiotic Resistance Profile in Acinetobacter Species Isolated from Tank Milk isimli sunusunu yapmak üzere ekran paylaşımını hazırlamanızı bekliyoruz hocam. O zaman hocam buyurun.
All right, and for the international attenders, and Tuncer Çakmak emphasized that, and the Cansu Önlem Güneri will present the determination of antibiotic resistance profiles in Acinetobacter species isolated from the tank milk, and Güneri will present it. It's your turn. Thank you.
Hello everyone. First of all, I wish a good day. I'm Cansu Önlem Güneri. I am microbiologist at Gülhane Health Vocational School, University of Health Science. Today I will present, Today I will present to you my study title is Determination of Antibiotic Resistance Profiles in Acinetobacter Species Isolated from Tank Milk. Food is the source of many diseases. It plays an important role in the spread of diseases and antibiotic resistance. In this spread, bacteria are a group of microorganisms that play a major role in the food-human chain. Acinetobacter species are heat-resistant psychotrophic bacteria. The heat-stable proteolytic and lipolytic enzymes produced by bacteria can cause corruption in milk even after the pasteurization step. These enzymes can be easily produced in raw milk stored in the cold. They can continue their activities due to the extracellular enzymes. Another important characteristic of this bacteria is that they can develop resistance to many antibiotics. Today, resistant bacteria constitute the most important problem in the treatment of infection disease in our country and all over the world. It increases the length of stay in hospital, the cost of treatment, mortality and morbidity. It also causes the development of multi-drug resistance. So the aim of this study was to determine the occurrence of Acinetobacter spp in tank milk from Hatay province and to analyze their antimicrobial susceptibility. Taking milk samples. In our research, 60 milk samples were collected from the milk collection tanks of Hatay Province Cattle Breeders Association between April and December 2016. Milk samples were taken into sterile sample containers. Preparation of milk samples for analysis. Tank milk samples brought to the laboratory for analysis were incubated in an oven for pre-enrichment with a 1:9 alkaline peptone water with a sterile pipette. Acinetobacter identification from food samples. It was inoculated on McConkey agar and phenotypically identified by tests that revealed the morphological and biochemical characteristic of the bacteria. Acinetobacter spp was isolated and identified by using Malditov MS. determination of antibiotic susceptibility of Acinetobacter species. The identified Acinetobacter species 22 antibiotic susceptibility tests were investigated using the Kirby-Bar diffusion method according to CLSA criteria. Distribution of Acinetobacter isolated from milk by species. Of the 13 Acinetobacter isolated from a total of 60 milk samples, 9 were identified as Acinetobacter baumannii, 3 as Acinetobacter ursingi, and 1 as Acinetobacter ivofi. When we look at these values as a percent, we see that the highest rate is Acinetobacter baumannii with 15%. This is followed by Acinetobacter ursingi with 5% and Acinetobacter ivofi with 1.6%. We see that the highest resistance is against Astroenum with 53.8%. This is followed by chloramphenicol, amoxicillin, and clovonate, cefoxitin, and cefodoxime with 50.3%, and it is followed by cefuroxime, fluorphenicol, and gentamicin with 7.7%. Distribution of antibiotic resistance of Acinetobacter isolated from food samples by species. None of the isolates was resistant to nalidixic acid, ciprofloxacin, enrofloxacin, levofloxacin, norfloxacin, penicillin, tetracycline, sulfamethoxazole, trimethoprim, ampicillin, imipenem, colistin, cephalotin, ceftazidime. Conclusion: considering that the prevalence of Acinetobacter is 21.6%, it is seen that the tank mix prepared for consumption are in the risky food group. In the species level classification of Acinetobacter, the human pathogen Acinetobacter baumannii has the highest rate and antibiotic resistance. The strains obtained are resistant to antibiotics, which are important for human health and may pose a danger to public health. It was concluded that milk samples should be prevented from posing a risk in terms of public health by complying with the sanitation and hygiene rules. Thank you for attention.
Cansu Hocam'a güzel sunuş için teşekkür ediyoruz. Bir sonraki sunumumuz Cemil Hocam'ın. Cemil Hocam bağlantı kurabildi mi acaba?
Buradayım hocam. Sesim geliyor mu acaba?
Hoş geldiniz Sayın Hocam. Sesiniz geliyor. Ekran paylaşırken başlığınızı biz söyleyelim. Determination of the presence and antibiotic resistance profile of Escherichia coli isolates from white brine cheese. Ozan Hocam.
First of all, thank you for your presentation, dear Ginari. And we would like to present the dear Shahiner's presentation, determination of the presence and antibiotic resistance profile of Escherichia coli isolated from the white brine cheese. Microphone is yours.
Thank you so much, dear moderators. Can you see the presentation?
Yes, first slide is over there.
Thank you so much. Hello, dear participants. First of all, I want to thank you so much, dear organization committee, dear moderators, Afyonkarahisar University. My name is Dr. Cemil Şahiner. I am from Aydın Adnan Menderes University of Faculty of Veterinary Medicine. I work Food Hygiene and Technology Department. Today, in the last section in the Congress, I will present a research presentation. Its name, Determination of the Presence and Antibiotic Resistance Profile E. coli Isolated from White Brine Cheese. Dairy products, especially cheese, played an important role in maintaining body integrity and health well-being, as well as reducing the risk of many nutritional deficiency diseases. Through their compositions of minerals, fats, proteins, and vitamins. Cheese is one of the major dairy products having a high consumption worldwide. Due to this widespread consumption, they have been also accepted as major source of foodborne disease. Cheese processing contains integral procedures from milking to retail market. The quality of cheese starts in the enterprise, which is the first stage where it is produced and is affected by all produce from storage, transportation, and processing to the markets where it's delivered to consumer. Therefore, any hygienic problems associated with milk and processing stage cause cheese to contaminate with pathogens. You know that E. coli is a member of Enterobacteriaceae family. Also, it is gram-negative facultative anaerobic bacteria. It causes a lot of disease, for example, gastroenteritis, urinary tract infection, neonatal meningitis, hemorrhagic colitis, hemorrhagic Remick syndrome, peritonitis, mastitis. E. coli is not only regarded as fecal contaminant of milk, but also an indicator of poor hygiene and sanitary practice during cheese processing. This is the importance for food hygiene quality. On the other hand, antimicrobial resistance have been considered as a major problem in public health. The number of antimicrobial resistance bacteria is rapidly increasing because of the extended use and misuse of antibiotics in agriculture, animal husbandry, and in treatment of both humans and animals. Food is recognized as an important factor for the transfer of antibiotics resistance. The spread of resistance can occur by means of antibiotic residues in food through the transfer of resistant foodborne pathogens or through the ingestion of resistant strains of the original food microflora and resistance transfer to pathogenic microorganisms. This study aimed to evaluate the presence of E. coli in white brine cheese and to determine antibiotic resistance profiles of E. coli isolates. For this purpose, 100 cheese samples collected from dairy processing plants, output shops, local markets, and district markets in Aydın province. Aydın is a city in Turkey. All samples were immediately transported to the laboratory for microbiological analysis under aseptic conditions and in isolated cold boxes 4 centigrade degrees. Firstly, we identified E. coli with conventional method according to writing on the presentation, and we validated it with the PCR method suggested by Razik et al. 2010. After that, DNA extraction was made via the kit procedures. Primer list and thermal condition are shown these tables. This table about primer list and thermal conditions. You can see that. And then all of the strains were tested for antibiotic resistance by Kirby-Bauer diffusion method on Miller-Hilton agar. Inhibition zones were interpreted following U-test and CSI guidelines, and we defined multi-drug resistance and showing resistance to at least 3 of antimicrobials used. In the results, the presence of E. coli was determined in 15 samples from 100 cheese samples. 2 strains were found susceptible to all antibiotics, but 13 E. coli isolated the resistance to antibiotics. All of them were found resistant to ampicillin. 6 E. coli isolators were found multi-drug resistance. You can see this table, all strains and antibiotic resistance or susceptibility. In the conclusion, the results of this study showed that white brine cheese were contaminated from production to consumer. E. coli isolated had considerably antibiotic resistance. Hygiene measures should be applied to strangle with the disease that may arise from E. coli in their products. Antibiotic use should be brought under control in order to prevent increased antibiotic resistance. You know, that's the important for using the antibiotic. Thank you for attention. If you have any question, I want to answer them. Thank you so much.
Teşekkürler Cemil Hocam bu güzel sununuz için. Bir hatırlatma yapalım. Sunumlarla ilgili sorularınız olduğunda chat veya ilgili sunum sahiplerinin mail adresi üzerinden de iletişim kurabilirsiniz. Ozan Hocam buyurun.
Dear Shiner, thank you for your good presentation, and I would like to say congrats because this topic is directly related with One Health concept. Most of the researcher will try to overcome that problem. Thank you again. And the third presentation belongs to Narimana Seguani. If I am not mistaken, some problem for pronunciation, please forgive me. Potential use of propolis in phytocosmetic and aesthetic and phytotherapeutic constituent. It's your turn.
Yes.
Microphone is yours.
Thank you, dear professor. I share my presentation. Is it clear for you? Is it full screen?
Now is okay, and if it is problem, I will say.
Okay. I'm just checking, but it's moved to the next. So first of all, I would like to acknowledge the organization team, in particular Professor Ulas Akaros, for the well organization of this great event and for giving me the opportunity to present a part of our interest and investigation on Algerian propolis. So my talk today is entitled Potential Use of Propolis in Phytocosmetic, Aesthetic, and Phytotherapeutic Constituents. Phytocosmetic is an important aspect of traditional medicine in several cultures. Researchers are now focusing to find new and effective ingredients of natural origin. Those ingredients are safer with accessible costs and more accepted and appreciated by consumers. Natural products have been for ages the first and often the only source option for most of human necessities, from food to medicinal preparation, passing through materials and even for beauty purposes. Propolis is a natural beehive product extensively used in traditional medicine. Propolis has been reported to be rich in bioactive compounds and to possess various biological properties such as antioxidants, anti-aging, anti-inflammatory, antimicrobial, and photoprotective properties. The mentioned properties are of great interest in the cosmeceutical industry. So we aimed in the present study to investigate the potential use of propolis as an aesthetic and phytotherapeutic constituent in phytocosmetics. The tested propolis was collected from the northeast of Algeria, in particular in Jijel, the city of Jijel. So first, ethanolic extracts have been prepared, then total phenolic and flavonoid content have been determined. Free radical scavenging ability and reducing capacity were evaluated using 4 assays and expressed as ST15 values. Antibacterial activity was evaluated by the determination of a minimum inhibitory concentration on several gram-positive and gram-negative bacteria. And finally, the wound healing properties activity of both ethanolic extract and propolis ointment have been studied using excision wood on the anterodorsal side of rats. For statistical analysis, we used SPSS software. So our results indicate that the tested propolis is very rich in both phenolic and flavonoid contents, and you can see the obtained values on the figure 1. Regarding antioxidant activity, our results indicate that the tested propolis is or exhibited a very interesting antioxidant activity, in particular for QPRAC and DPPH assay. The lower value was obtained for FRAP assay, as you can see in the figure 2. The present findings suggest that propolis possesses an ability to scavenge the radical by acting as an electron donor. In addition, propolis possesses a reducing properties, probably due to the presence of reductants in the tested extract. For antibacterial activity, our result indicates that the tested propolis possesses a more pronounced activity on gram-positive bacteria, in particular in Staphylococcus aureus. Our propolis possesses less evident activity on gram-negative bacteria, as you can see in the table. We also evaluated the wound healing properties of propolis, and you can see here the microscopic evaluation of the healing process in the experimental and the control group. We tested or treated 3 groups of animals. The first group was treated with petroleum jelly, the second with the ethanolic extract of propolis, and the third with propolis ointments. For wound healing activity, no mortality was seen in the animal during this study. Wounds treated with petroleum jelly appeared to display a greater degradation, as notable by the clinical signs of inflammatory process, heat, redness, and swelling, which appears to be listed in wound treated with both extracts and ointments or propolis ointments. In the case of apitherapeutic treatment, the difference in wound appearance and animal behavior were visible after only 2 days. Wounds were more wet, edema and reddening at the wound surrounding were more smaller. On the 9th day of the experiment, the wound surface became visibly smaller. The scraps started to come off the boundaries of the wound surface, and light pink scare was visible underneath. This suggests the advanced epidermalization of process. The applied apitherapeutic have a positive impact on the general health condition of the animal. During the time of the experiment, the animal did not show any signs of excitation and did not react negatively. The wound contraction of treated rats were evaluated and compared to the control. The area of wound was measured at the beginning of the experiment and during each 3-day approximately during 3 weeks. As you can see in figure 3, there was no statistically significant difference between treatment and control animals in most of the days. So, as a conclusion, the results of the present study demonstrated that Algerian propolis is very rich in phenolic and flavonoid contents and possesses an interesting antibacterial and antioxidant activities. There was no statistical difference between treatment and control groups in most of the days regarding the wound healing properties. Wound treated with propolis appears to display a less degree of inflammation. Our results indicated that this can not only be used as a cosmetic ingredient, but also be used as a preventative and curative constituents, which might be used as a barrier when applied externally on both infected and non-infected skin. A good deal of research has been carried out on the establishment and characterization of antioxidant and antibacterial products from natural sources. Recently, the cosmetics industry has become interested in natural products, not only for their individual active principles, but also in the crude extract itself. Propolis and its bioactive compounds are a very promising approach. With their well-known antioxidant properties, they have the potential for treatment and prevention of oxidative stress mediated diseases, such as those developed on the skin, as well as age. Before today, I want to show you some pictures of my city. I'm in Constantine, and Constantine is located in the north of Algeria, northeast of Algeria. My city is called the city of the bridge because we have 7 bridges, which make the connection between the different parts of the city. If you want to contact me, you can use one of the mentioned email here. And finally, thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Nerimani. That was an incredible presentation. It's well done. And someone would like to communicate with you, please, you can write your email address in the chat box. And this topic is really interesting for us because we believe that bees and bees production is important for us for in the world. And beekeeping factory is becoming giant. Hopefully, it will be bigger than now. Thank you so much again.
Thank you, dear Professor. I'm very happy to be here between you, and I will share my mail with all the participants if they want to work on collaboration or ask for some question or something else. Thank you again.
That's your kindness. That's your kindness. The next presentation will be presented Tahare Mohammedabadi, the title of The Effect of the Sunflower Seed on Milk Quality of Dromedary Camel. Yes. Are you here, Tahare? Tahare, do you hear me well?
Yes, I'm here.
All right. All right.
Yes, I'm going to to share my screen.
Yes, we are really curious about your presentation. We are ready.
Ozan Hocam çok özür dilerim. Ekran paylaşımını yapmasını da söyleyebilir misiniz? Kamerasını da açsın, video olarak görselini alabilir miyim?
Alright. If it is possible, you could open your video because our presentation is recording now.
Yes, yes.
Alright. Alright. And you can click the share screen and then we can see your presentation.
Okay.
Yes, we are seeing now.
I tried to share, but
we are waiting for.
I should open it. Sorry.
Yes. First of all, you should have opened the presentation and you click the button and then you could click the share screen and
yes.
directly your presentation has already opened.
Is it visible?
Not now, maybe internet communications is coming 10 seconds, but not now. It's not synced now.
Can again I try to share? Please give me this. Sorry. I try again. I think.
If you want, you could handle it.
Yes, it is here.
It's here. All right, perfect.
I think now it's visible.
Yes, it's visible now. It's visible. It's visible. Microphone is yours.
Okay.
It's your turn. Now it's visible.
Okay, everything is okay. Now I can start.
Perfect. You can start.
Okay, in the name of Allah. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. I'm Tahira Mohammed Abadi, professor in field of dairy product and food technology, agricultural sciences and natural resources, University, Iran. Sorry for my voice because I got this new virus. I'm sorry. I'm happy to join you in this Congress, and I'm thankful to organizers for giving me this opportunity to share my research with you. I'm going to talk on the effect of sunflower seed on milk quality in dairy camels. Using sunflower seed in the ruminant diet can change the milk production, composition, and fatty acid profile. Sunflower seed contains about 40% oil and 20% protein and 70% linoleic acid. And it's recommended for an early lactation due to high amount of fat and protein. And sunflower seed has a high polyunsaturated fatty acids like linoleic acid, and it can increase conjugated linoleic acid as very important isomer of linoleic acid in the milk, and it is a beneficial fatty acid for heart health and even human health. It is proved that using sunflower seed increases the CLA in milk, and it has the anti-carcinogenic, anti-arterogenic, and anti-diabetic properties, and it can boost the immune responses. Even there are many researches on using sunflower seed for dairy cow, but about using sunflower seed for dairy camels, there are very few studies. So the aim of this study was the effect of sunflower seed on milk production, composition, and fatty acid profile of milk in dairy like camels when they are grazing on the desert. In this study, 12 dairy camel, one hemp dairy camel used, and the average body weight was 570 kilograms, and they grazed on the desert by salty plant like this plant as you see here. And these camels divided into two groups, and then control group, it was without sunflower seed, and experimental group, camels fed 400 grams sunflower seed daily. And sunflower seeds was crushed and fed to camels every morning before camels go to the desert for grazing about 1 month. And for first week we used 100 gram, and then we increased up to 400 gram. And camels had access daily to drinking water, milk production recorded daily, and milk samples collected every week, and its composition measured, and also the fatty acid profile determined by gas chromatography. And the result of this experiment analyzed as completely randomized design by using general model of cells according to this statistical model as you see here. And the result of this experiment indicated by using sunflower seed, milk production and fat percentage and even milk protein percentage is increased. But about lactose, we didn't see any differences between camels, those camels fed or sunflower seed or without sunflower seed. In other studies, it is proved that the 7.5 or 15% sunflower seed for 4 weeks in dairy cows no had any effect on milk yield. But we, in our experiment, the milk production increased. It was about 3.5 liter per day for every camels, but it reached about 6.5. I mean, in this experiment, really, it was very amazing for us. We could increase the camel milk. The fats, when they protected against the biohydrogenation in the rumen, milk fat yield increased due to bypass intestinal absorption and mammary utilization of fat. And fat depressing effect of some oil seed, like sunflower seed, compensated by high fiber, as sunflower seed containing 26% crude fiber. And regarding to our result, by using sunflower seed, linoleic acid and CLA or conjugated linoleic acid in the milk increase. And other studies also, they reached the same result for dairy cow by using sunflower seed for dairy cow. They also CLA increase, and even by using 7.5% sunflower seed for dairy cow, again, linoleic acid and other unsaturated fatty acid increase. You see here in this table, by using sunflower seed for dairy camels, milk production, protein and fat increase, and even linoleic acid and conjugated linoleic acid. In conclusion, I can say really we reached a very important result, and even again we repeated this experiment in other country in south of Iraq. in addition to my country. And we reached the same result, that is using sunflowers to about 400 milligrams per day for every camel, dairy camel, and increase milk production and fat and protein percentage, and unsaturated fatty acid like linoleic and conjugated linoleic or CLA. These are important for heart health. So it's recommended to use sunflower seed for dairy camels, even when they go to, they are on natural feeding, and they go to a desert and we don't give any other thing to them. But it needs more to do more study to and on using a various amount of sunflower seed for dairy camels. Thank you for your attention. If there is any question, I'm happy to answer.
Tahare, thank you for your good presentation, and thank you used the effective time. And please write your email address in the chat box. Who caring about communicate with you, and you can collaborate and you can work with you. And thank you so much again. And hopefully, camel is more popular in African side and Arabic side. But the next decade, inshallah, camel industry is becoming more popular southern hemisphere.
Thank you.
Yes, dear Çakmak, you can announce as in Turkish, and after that I can announce in English.
Teşekkür ederim Ozan Hocam. Bir sonraki sunumumuzu yapmak üzere Halil Yalçın Hocamızı ekran paylaşmaya davet ediyoruz.
Now Halil Yalçın will present microbial quality of iron produced with different nutritional fibers. Yes.
Buyurun hocam.
This is your turn.
Thank you so much, moderators. I'm going to talk about iron. The title of our research, microbial quality of iron produced with different nutritional fibers. Apart from insoluble dietary fiber, which is associated with intestinal health, there are also soluble dietary fibers that mainly reduce blood cholesterol and reduce the absorption of the glucose in the intestine. Dietary fibers is one of the alternatives to be evaluated for healthy nutrition. Dietary fiber is a food component that is resistant to digestive enzymes, mostly found in vegetables, fruits, and grains. With this study, it was aimed to contribute to the daily fiber intake of the consumers by adding psyllium, pea, and oat fibers, which have recently been found to be beneficial for health. It is also aimed at the consumer to improve health and to obtain a product with the quality of a sports drink. Experimental groups were designed as follows: key control P1 0.05% psyllium, P2 0.1% psyllium, B1 0.5% pea fiber, B2 1% pea fiber, Y1 0.5% oat fiber, Y2 1% oat fiber. Storage: the products were stored at 4 centigrade degree. Streptococcus thermophilus, Lactobacillus bulgaricus, and coliform analyses were performed days 1st, 7th, 14th, and 24th days in the samples. Analysis design: iron samples were made in 3 replications and 2 parallel analyses were performed from each sample. Results: it was observed that the number of Streptococcus thermophilus was this bacteria decreased on the 7th and 14th, while the number of these bacteria increased on days 21st, except from group B1 and Y2. The decrease on the 21st day in the B1 and Y2 groups was found to be statistically significant when in-group evaluations were made. Lactobacillus bulgaricus number was found to be significant. On the first day, no difference was found groups P1, P2, and B2 compared to control, while the P2 groups showed a change in bacteria numbers on the 7th and 14th days. There was no difference between day 1st and day 21st. Coliform group bacteria, which is an important hygiene indicator, could not be detected in the experimental groups we produced. As a result of the research, Streptococcus thermophilus and Lactobacillus bulgaricus number remained at the 8 to 9 log CFU milliliters level. As a conclusion, with the production of iron with the dietary fiber added, a product with a very high specific bacterial loss was produced even on the 21st day. It is considered that these products can be used in gaining healthy eating habits and specific products for athletes' diets. Thanks for your participation.
Ali Hocam'a bu güzel sunuş için teşekkür ediyoruz. Bir sonraki sunumumuz için Filiz Hocam bağlantısı tamam acaba? Bir problem yok galiba. Filiz Hocam sesimizi duyabiliyor mu?
Yes, I am here.
Teşekkür ederim. Filiz Hocamızın sunusu Relationships between catalase, reduced glutathione, monoaldehyde, vitamin C and total protein levels in cemental host milk and milk cells. Ozan Hocam.
First of all, thank you for your great presentation, dear Yalçın, because the ayran is most popular drink in Turkey. You provided great information for us. Thank you so much. And the next presentation will be presented by Kazak, Filiz Kazak. Relationships between catalase, reduced glutathione, malondialdehyde, vitamin C, and total protein levels in cemental host milk and milk cells. This is your turn.
I would like to share the screen, but yes. I think it's a problem. Sorry.
Yes, it's visible.
Sorry. Hello, everyone. Thank you. I would like to thank you, Congress organizers, and you. Okay. Nowadays, it's mentioned that oxidized flavor in milk proceeds to be a common problem affecting the dairy industry due to its adverse effect on milk acceptability. Milk is considered as a precious element of a complete diet and a rich source of nutrients, including protein, bioactive peptides, vitamins, selenium, and calcium. These components are available in milk, play an essential role in the physiological activities and anti-cancer, antimicrobial, anti-inflammatory, and antioxidant activities. Lipid peroxidation affects in a negative way in the quality of milk. Milk includes plenty of enzymatic and non-enzymatic antioxidant compounds. Synergistic interactions among antioxidants impart high antioxidant potential to milk and efficiently protect milk fat against oxidation. The antioxidant potential of cemental milk cells by determining the levels of malondialdehyde, vitamin C, reduced glutathione, and catalase activity has not yet been fully considered in cemental cough. In addition to our knowledge, the interaction between oxidative state of the milk and milk cell has not yet been fully considered in bovine species. The main objective of this study was to evaluate MDA levels and antioxidant capacities of small dairy cows, milk, and milk cells. Therefore, the activity of catalase, the levels of reduced glutathione, MDA, vitamin C, and total protein of milk and milk cells were determined, and correlations between these parameters were evaluated in this study. Milk samples were collected from 28 clinically healthy small cows aged between 4 to 5 and were fed in the same care and nutritional conditions in a private intensive breeding farm in January in Hatay. The commercial feed used in farm is mainly corn silage and contains complementary milk fat, beet pulp, alfalfa hair, barley flakes, corn flakes, and hair. The nutrient composition of bovine complementary milk feed is given in table. Milk samples were collected from the right front or lobe of clinically healthy udders between 9 to 10 a.m. During milking, the first 3 squeezes of milk were thrown away after the teat was wiped with 70% alcohol cotton, and milk samples were tested by California mastitis test, and CMT negative samples were
Dear Kazak,
the study.
Slide doesn't move now.
Okay, collected samples were centrifuged, fed with a scraper and used in this assay. The cell pellet was washed twice with cold PBS and centrifuge. Finally, the spermatot was removed and the remaining pellet was completed to 1.5 milliliter with PBS. Skimmed milk and milk cell catalase activity, reduced glutathione, MDA, vitamin C, and total protein levels were determined by spectrophotometric methods. The values obtained were evaluated by SPSS 22 version, and specimen correlation was performed for correlation analysis. Some biochemical parameters in milk cells and milk were presented in table. Total protein were 0.04 milligram in milk cells of 1 milliliter milk and 34.28 milligram per milliliter in milk. Catalase were 0.13 units.
Filiz Hocam, slaytlarınız ilerlemiyor. İsterseniz manuel olarak değiştirebilirsiniz hocam.
Deneyim.
Evet. Now is okay. Now is okay.
Pardon. Sanırım internette problem var.
It can be olabilir hocam.
Ben şu anda okuldan giriyorum. Düzensiz internet şeklinde de geçiyor.
Devam edelim.
I'm sorry.
Hocam. Devam edebiliriz. Buyurun.
Malandiolate levels were 2.27 nanomoles per milliliter in milk, and vitamin C levels were 68.89 microgram per milliliter in milk. Malandiolate and vitamin C levels were under the determination limit in spermatons of milk cells obtained from 15 milliliter milk. The correlations between the biochemical parameters were presented in table. As regards correlations, milk cell reduced glutathione and milk reduced glutathione levels were negatively correlated with milk cell total protein levels. Milk cell reduced glutathione levels were positively correlated with milk reduced glutathione levels. Milk vitamin C levels were positively correlated with milk total protein levels. Although it was weak, there was a positive correlation between milk catalase activity and milk vitamin C levels. In the study conducted on Holstein milk cells, the total protein were determined as 0.374 milligram per milliliter cell in 50 milliliter milk concentrated with 2 milliliter PBS. In this study, the total protein were calculated 0.043 milligram per milliliter cell in 15 milliliter milk concentrated with 1.5 milliliter PBS. Small milk cells were found to be approximately threefold lower than the levels in Holstein milk cells. determination of total protein in semental milk cell compared to Holstein milk may be related to the difference in milk cell components due to some properties such as age, lactation, period, breed. While Akın et al. Reported no significant correlation of total protein with reduced glutathione in Holstein milk cells, we reported a negative correlation between total protein and reduced glutathione. In addition, milk cell total protein were negatively correlated with milk-reduced glutathione levels in the study. In the current study, reduced glutathione levels were 25.78 nanomole milliliter in milk. Reduced glutathione levels were found to be lower than the levels reported for Holstein milk cells. Milk cell reduced glutathione were positively correlated with milk reduced glutathione levels. No study on correlation between reduced glutathione levels in milk cells and milk in milk was found in the literature review. In this study, catalase activities were 0.30 unit milligram protein in milk cells and 2.39 unit milliliter in milk. In a study reported that catalase activity in milk varies with feed stage of lactation. Milk antioxidants interact effectively by forming an antioxidant network. In this study, there is a positive correlation between milk catalase and milk vitamin C. The appearance of reactive oxygen species in milk initiates enzymatic protective and repair mechanisms. Antioxidants enter into highly specific interactions which boost their activity and supports mutual regeneration. It is thought that mentioned interactions between catalase and vitamin C can effectively protect milk fat against oxidation and also disease in semental. In the study, 3 lactating semental cow vitamin C levels were found to be higher than the levels reported for 21 lactating and 3 lactating Holstein cow. In the study conducted on Holstein milk cells, the vitamin C levels were determined as 1.18 microgram per milliliter milk cell in 50 milliliter milk concentrated with 2 milliliter PBS. In this study, vitamin C levels were under the determination limit in spernatans of milk cell in 15 milliliter milk concentrated with 1.5 milliliter PBS. The difference of determination or non-determination of vitamin C levels in semental milk cell compared to Holstein milk cells may be related to either amount of milk for measurement of some properties such as bread. Milk vitamin C levels were positively correlated with milk total protein levels. Sufficient literature information was not found to explain the positive correlation between milk vitamin C and total protein levels in the study. Lipid peroxidation effect is a negative way in the quality of milk. Our previous study, goat milk cell malondialdehyde levels were determined as 1.43 nanomole per milligram protein, whereas semental milk cell malondialdehyde levels were not determined in the study. This situation may be derived from the fact that healthy goat milk has a higher number of somatic cells than cow milk does. Moreover, no study on malondialdehyde levels in cow milk cells was found in the literature review. As a conclusion, some of the antioxidant parameters of semental milk and milk cells were evaluated and discussed. These results suggest that the milk vitamin C2 milk catalase and milk cell reduced glutathione to milk reduced glutathione levels tandems are the essential covariantly pathways for reactive oxygen metabolized neutralization in the mammary gland for semental dairy cows. This study suggests that may be beneficial to understand the semental milk cell defense system mechanism against inflammatory conditions such as mastitis. Lastly, further works are required to clarify the oxidant-antioxidant mechanism in mammary glands by revealing the interaction between the antioxidant capacities of the milk and milk cells in the different dairy bovine species. Thank you for your attention.
Hocamıza biz de teşekkür ediyoruz sunusu için. Berra hocamız burada mı?
Buradayım hocam.
Hocam kusura bakmayın, çok özür dileyerek sizden bir müsaade isteyeceğiz.
Tabii
11.
hocam.
sırada bir yabancı katılımcımız var. İnternet ile ilgili sıkıntı var. Onun
Tamam.
bağlantısını kurabildik. Eğer müsaade ederseniz
Tabii ki hocam.
sizden önce ona sıra verebiliriz değil mi?
Tabii ki. Tabii
Çok
ki.
teşekkür ediyoruz.
Ben
Çok sağ olun.
teşekkür ederim.
Ozan hocam buyurun.
First of all, thank you so much, Dr. Feliz Kazak. You shared the valuable information for us. The enzymatic activity is so important for the milk cells, and milk cells was affected badly by the oxidative stress. Thank you so much again. Before, Tuncer Çakmak has already announced that, and we will start with the number 11. Because the number 11th person, Afsal Basha, has an internet problem now. That's why we wanted to in front of the number 8. That's why we would like to start Afsal Basha. Afsal Basha's title, Synthesis, Biological Screening and Computational Studies of the 5-membered heterocyclic hybrids containing oxygen, nitrogen, and sulfur as a potential anti-cancer and antimicrobial agents. Afsal, are you here? Please unmute. Afsal, the microphone is closed now.
Yeah, I think now it's okay. Right. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Perfect. We are hearing well. Yes, we are waiting for you.
I have some other issues. Yeah. I'll share my presentation and
yes.
Just a moment.
And also thank you for your consideration for all of the participants. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, first of all, I would like to thank all the organizers for conducting this international conference in such a large way. After seeing the schedule, there are many participants globally who are very much interested in this conference, and it's a great thing to attract. And online has enabled us to do this. And myself, Professor Afzal Bashir Sheikh, currently working as a professor and head of the Department of Pharmaceutical Chemistry at Vignan Pharmacy College. And my research area is particularly in the design, organic synthesis, and biological screening and computational screening of different types of heterocyclic derivatives, which are having potential anti-cancer, anti-tubercular, and antimicrobial activity. And we have different collaborations within the UAE, UK, as well as America. And with these collaborations, we are actively working on these areas in order to counteract some of the global problems like cancer as well as the microbial infections. So based on that, a part of our research study is being presented here as the title is the synthesis, biological screening, as well as the computational studies of 5-membered heterocyclic hybrids containing different heteroatoms like oxygen, nitrogen, and sulfur, which are having potential anti-cancer as well as the antimicrobial activities. So there is a lot of treatment gap that we see in treating microbial infections as well as the different types of cancers. One of the problems that are associated with these agents is they have narrow antimicrobial spectrum. That means the compounds, the antibiotics that are available in the market, they are not able to control all types of microorganisms. And one of the limitation is, the greatest limitation is nowadays the antimicrobial resistance, where the global funding is trying to put more fund on antimicrobial resistance, because as there is irrational use of antibiotics, most of the microbes have got resisted to the existing drugs and pushing us into the post-antibiotic era, you can say, where in the pre-antibiotic era, before to the development of penicillins, the patients were used to die even for minor infections. But by the efficient work of many other scientists, we were able to treat majority of the infections, but due to irrational use, there is a lot of problem of antimicrobial resistance, and it is alarming thing. And there are also other side effects with the existing drugs and hypersensitivity reaction. In particularly coming to the cancer, one of the important problem is multi-drug resistance. So this is also another crucial thing. And some of the drugs, anti-cancerous drugs, that doesn't have selective action, because whenever you take anti-cancer drug, it not only kills the cancerous cells, it also causes toxicity to the other cells, which is also creating a lot of toxicities and inconvenience to the patients. And ultimately, the treatment of cancer is also very high, which is not affordable by most of the patients. So in view of all these problems, as a medicinal chemist, we are much interested in developing new type of heterocyclic scaffolds. And there is a greater importance of heterocyclic rings in the development of novel drug molecules, because the heterocyclic rings are present as a large, pharmacophoric groups, the essential groups that are responsible for the activity in a variety of drugs as well as the bioactive molecules. And more than the 85% of the biomolecules, bioactive compounds, which are having good biological activity, they contain one or more heterocyclic ring. And if you see the recent statistics, out of the 12 drugs that have been approved by US FDA in 2021, 9 drugs contain heterocyclic rings. So you can see how heterocyclic ring is important in the drug discovery process. And why we are interested in heterocyclic rings, because whenever you incorporate a heterocyclic ring into the molecule, it will alter a variety of physicochemical, pharmacokinetic, as well as the pharmacodynamic properties, and they also have better toxicity profiles. So these are the essential things which make the heterocyclic candidates very attractive. And they also have a specific type of interaction with the receptor where they will act. And they can form variety of interactions like hydrogen bonding, hydrophobic interactions, as well as van der Waals interactions, as well as the dipole-induced dipole. So based on this, among this, we have 5-membered heterocyclic rings. They constitute about 20 common aromatic rings. We have different types of the rings, ranging from 3-membered ring to 10-membered heterocyclic ring also. But 5-membered rings are very much attractive because of their stereochemical aspects as well as the physicochemical properties. And they constitute about 20 common aromatic rings that are present in the bioactive compounds. So if you observe here, these are some of the drugs that are used for the treatment of microbial infections as well as the cancers. And most of these drugs contain 5-membered heterocyclic rings. They contain a 5-membered heterocyclic ring as a part of their structure. So this suggests that there is a great scope for using the 5-membered heterocyclic rings containing oxygen, nitrogen, and sulfur in order to design novel types of compounds that are having better activity. Based on that, we have synthesized different molecules. These are the 5 series of the molecules. These are particularly intermediates, and these are the ultimate compounds, that is 4-AE and 5-AE. And all these compounds basically contain a furan, pyrazoline ring, thiazole. This is common. And there is alteration of this. There is a triazole ring, oxadiazole ring, and there are substituted triazole derivatives, that is 4-AE to 5-AE. So these are the different, this is the design which has been used based on the relevance of the heterocyclic rings in the marketed drugs. And coming to the synthesis, we have initially started with this carbohydrazide. This is the carbohydrazide containing a triheterocyclic rings. The carbohydrazide was treated with phenyl isothiocyanate in the presence of a base for 4 hours. Then we got this triazole intermediate. This triazole intermediate, upon further treatment with a variety of benzyl bromides, we got this 4-AE way to E, where the hydrogen of the sulfur is replaced with the benzyl group. Similarly, upon treatment with different types of phenacyl bromides, we were able to obtain this acylated products. And similarly, this molecule, the carbohydrazide, upon treatment with carbon disulfide, it has undergone the heterocyclization to form the oxadiazole ring. And the compounds were synthesized in a good yield, and all the synthesized compounds were characterized by spectroscopic tactics like IR spectroscopy, NMR, as well as the mass spectrometry. So in the if you observe all these structures, they contain the pyrazoline ring, which is common. You can see it in the red, and it has 3 important protons, that is CH2 as well as CH protons. All the 5 set of compounds, they have shown 3 doublet peaks corresponding to the ABX system that is observed for the pyrazoline ring. due to the presence of CH2 as well as the CH2 as well as the CH fragments. Similarly, the NH2 group in the compound 1, it has a free NH2 group. The free NH2 group has shown a peak in the NMR at 8.18 ppm chemical shift value. Similarly, the compound 3, in compound 3, if you observe, there is no NH peak. The NH peak is altered, or there is lack of the NH peak in the proton NMR spectrum of the compound 3, and there is also a strong absorption bond due to SH of oxidizole. If you can't see here, there is a SH. In the IR spectrum, we were able to see strong absorption band at 2763. And not only that, in the LCMS, it has shown a peak at 554. M by Z value, M+1 peak at 554. All these values corresponds to the characterization of the compound 3. Similarly, in this compound 2, there is lack of this NH2 peaks. And in the case of the 4th series as well as 5 series, there is loss of SH peak. All these have come, were able to, with this, we were able to characterize these compounds. So I have represented some spectra here, particularly for, this is the proton NMR spectra of compound 3, which contain SH proton here. And it also has the peaks corresponding to CH2 as well as the CH. And there are also a lot of aromatic rings. And there is also a CH2, CH2 linkage that is present between the thiazole as well as the oxadiazole ring. All these peaks have been observed in the proton NMR spectra. And in the mass spectra, this compound has shown a peak at 554 M by Z value. Similarly, we have also reported the spectra of the other compounds. I have represented only some due to limitations in the size of number of the slides. And this is the mass spectra of this compound, which contain a triazole scaffold, which has shown a in the LCMS the M+1 peak at 788.2, right? And similarly, this is the spectra of other compound, that is the proton NMR spectra. It also shown the typical characteristic peaks of pyrazoline as well as the aromatic rings. And this is the carbon-13 NMR spectra of this compound, which contain a trifluorophenyl substituent. And coming to the activities, like this, we have characterized all the compounds, and we have performed the antimicrobial activity as well as the anti-cancer activity. And if you see the one which are highlighted here in yellow and red, these are the things which have shown very good activity. We have used serial tube dilution method, where we have prepared the compound in different concentrations with increasing concentrations, where we got the compound 1 has a considerable activity at against Streptococcus facilis. And 4th series and 5th series, if you observe out of 1, 2, 3, the 4th as well as the 5th series, you can see particular area where there is good activity. And so we can conclude that these, the replacement of this sulfur with different substituents, that is benzyl bromides as well as the, benzyl groups as well as the, acetophenone groups will help in increasing the activity. We'll see the SR in detail. Similarly, this is the anti-cancer activity. We have performed the anti-cancer activity upon a panel of 5 cell lines. And all these red one represents a very good activity, both in the antimicrobial activity as well as the anti-cancer activity. The compound 4E has excelled well with very good activity. And here, coming to the anti-cancer activity, the compound 3, which contains the oxadiazole ring, was potential. It is having very good activity than that of the standard at 4 cancer cell lines. And in this study, we have used doxorubicin as well as cisplatin as the positive controls. And in order to assess their toxicity, all the compounds have also been tested against human liver cell lines, that is LO2, and most of the compounds were found to be active with greater than 40 microgram per ml. These values are in micromole and these are in the microgram per ml. So with this, the important structural features that are responsible for the activity are the presence of the 4 heterocyclic rings is essential for both antimicrobial as well as the anti-cancer activities. And the dichlorophenyl group, which is commonly present in all the compounds, has enhanced the interaction with the receptors. And replacement of this R group, the nature of the R group is essential for the activity. Whenever the R is, benzyl or fluorobenzene or phenyl or fluorophenyl group, it has shown better activity. whenever the fluorine is replaced with other bulkier groups like trifluoromethyl or trifluoromethoxy or the chlorine or the bromine group, the activity has been reduced. That means the larger volume containing substituents are decreasing the interaction of the drug molecule with the receptor. So, and coming to the anti-cancer activity, this is important, but whenever we replace the triazole ring with oxadiazole ring, the activity was very high, and it is seen in the compound 3, which is having IC50 value of 0.49 micromoles, right? And again, the glychlorophenyl group has boosted the activity in this case, and the phenyl substituted compounds like that of this are more active than that of the benzoyl groups, which are present here. And the addition of carbonyl group in this case, in the benzoyl case, that is 5A2E series, that might have diminished the important interactions due to some of the steric reasons. And further, in order to confirm the activity, we have also performed molecular docking studies by using the Schrodinger's glide software upon very crucial proteins that are beautiful targets for overcoming some of the problems of the existing drugs, right? DNA digyrase is the target which is involved in the important replication of the DNA, as well as 14 alpha sterol demethylase is important enzyme that is responsible for the synthesis of steroid, that is the cell membrane component of fungus, as well as epidermal growth factor receptor is one of the important enzyme that is seen in the cancers. We have targeted all these based on the literature that in the literature it was suggested that the compounds containing these scaffolds can interact with these receptors or these targets. Hence, we have performed this, and we have got very good binding interactions. The molecules have been able to bind with the targets through hydrophobic interactions, halogen bonding, which is crucial for the antimicrobial as well as the anti-cancer activity, as well as they are also in the antifungal target. There are also pi cation interactions. So these are the molecular docking images that have been generated, and they have shown very good dock score, and these represents the important binding interactions. The one which is in purple here is the drug molecule, and this is the active site of the total receptor, and this is the docking pose of the most active compound 4E.
Dear Basha, can you accelerate this present in your presentation? We would like your speed.
Sorry?
Can you accelerate to presentation? Can you accelerate?
Yeah. And further, we have performed the computational properties, drug likeness properties of 4E as well as compound 3 using the Swiss ADME tool. And these compounds have not followed the Lipinski rule. That's why we thought that there is further requirement of optimization. In conclusion, we have designed and synthesized 4 novel series of target heterocyclic tetrads containing different types of heterocyclic rings, and all these compounds were tested against microbial and cancer panel cell lines, and 2 compounds, that is 4E and 5E, possessing 4-fluorophenyl and 4-fluorobenzyl moieties, have shown potential antimicrobial activities, whereas the compound 4E has shown good anti-cancer activity, and among the others, the compound 3 contain oxadiazole has shown even highest activity. And for that, we have performed the docking studies of compound 4E as well as the Swiss ADME predictions of compound 4E, and these are the attractive molecules which need further optimization. Thank you so much for your attention. Thank you so much for your valuable time. Thank you. If you have any questions, I am happy to answer.
Thank you for your comprehensive presentation, Basha. And if you provide your email address in the chat box, who caring about your presentation, and you can ask directly with your email.
Yes. Thank you so much.
Yes, dear Tuncer Çakmak hocam.
Behra hocam, tekrar anlayışınız için teşekkür ediyorum. Diğer katılımcılarımızdan da özür dileyerek çok teşekkür ediyorum. Behra hocamızı sunusu yapmak üzere ekran paylaşımına açabiliriz. Sunu başlığı, the effect of confusion caused by conflicting information about nutrition on his eating attitudes and behaviors of individuals. Buyurun Behra hocam.
Thank you very much, dear moderators. Hello, dear participants. As introduction, nutrition is the biochemical and physiological process by which an organism uses food to support its life. Nutrition is a critical part of health and development.
Hocam özür
Nutrition,
dilerim. Ekran paylaşımı yaptık mı?
evet hocam ama gözükmüyor mu şu an?
Asha, please close your presentation.
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah.
Tamamdır Berra hocam. Şimdi geldi.
Yes, it's visible.
Okay. As introduction, nutrition is the biochemical and physiological process by which an organism uses food to support its life. Nutrition is a critical part of health and development. Nutrition is about eating and healthy and balanced diet. There are many observational, experimental, and clinical studies showing that a balanced diet is one of the basic conditions of being healthy, and that inadequate and wrong nutrition leads to the development of diseases. However, the answer to the question of how a correct, balanced, and adequate diet should be is not so clear. In order to make the right decisions about a balanced diet, people need accurate and sufficient information. People have the opportunity to obtain the information they need about nutrition from much more informative sources than in the past. However, despite this increase in the amount of information sources and accessible information, the nutritional literacy levels of people has not increased at the same rate. One of the main reasons for this deficiency can be seen as the mental confusion caused by contradictory information from these sources. Mental confusion can have significant negative effects on people's healthy eating habits. Methodology cross-sectional survey was conducted. Participants and process the material of research was obtained from the students of the faculties and vocational high schools studying at Afyonkarahisar University. A face-to-face survey was conducted with a total of 423 students between September 2019 and December 2019. Methods in the face-to-face survey application applied to collect data. A total of 27 questions were asked of individuals, 9 questions for their demographic characteristics, and 28 questions to measure the effect of conflicting information confusion on the healthy eating attitudes and behaviors of individuals. Average scores were obtained for each scale regarding the attitudes of the participants from the obtained data, and the participant percentage were calculated for each score. Statistical analysis in the study, the socio-demographic and personal characteristics of the individuals participating in the survey and the healthy eating attitudes and behaviors of the individuals who were confused by conflicting information were calculated by frequency and percentage distribution. Also, the comparison of the socio-demographic and personal characteristics of the participants and the confusion due to conflicting information within the healthy eating attitudes and behaviors of the individuals was analyzed by the chi-square test method. Results and discussion. In the study, a face-to-face questionnaire was applied to a total of 423 university students studying in different faculties and different departments and classes. All the surveyed students, 54.61% were female and 45.39% were male. This table includes the characteristics of those who participated in the survey, such as gender, age, and body mass index.
Dear Ceylan, the slide doesn't move now.
Okay.
You can move with manually. Yes,
Okay.
yes, good.
Considering the results of the analysis, it was determined that the participants came across information about chicken meat as the most contradictory product among the contradictory information levels they encountered about the products in the past year. It was determined that they had the least contradictory information about pickles among the administered survey preference. This table includes the conflicting levels of information and suggestions encountered by participants regarding products in the past year. Comparing the level of encountering conflicting information and suggestions about olive oil, which is among the survey questions, according to health status groups, a significant relationship was found between the two. When olive oil is compared with other products and its health benefits are considered, there is no confusing level in the information given about this product. Negler 2014, one of the similar studies on nutrition, stated in his study that exposure to contradictory information about health nutrition causes confusion in people, reducing confidence in the recommendations made, and this negatively affects people's intention to eat healthy. He even stated that this distrust is not limited to products with conflicting information, but tends to generalize and spread to all recommendations regarding nutrition and health. As a conclusion, chicken meat is in the first place among the products that cause the most information confusion among the individuals participating in the survey, while pickles are in the last place. In addition, it's seen that individuals who are exposed to information pollution through different channels are generally confused about these products. For this reason, people who are not experts in the business can lead consumers to wrong and erroneous results. Thanks for your attention.
Pera Hocam'a teşekkür ediyoruz sunusu için. Gizem Hocam galiba bağlantımızda.
Evet,
Pera Hocam, ekran paylaşımını kapatabilir miyiz?
Kapattım hocam.
Biofilm inhibition effects of quaternary ammonium component against Pseudomonas aeruginosa strains. Başlıklı sunusunu yapmak üzere Gizem hocamızı mikrofona davet ediyoruz. Buyurun hocam, söz sizde.
Tamam. Hemen ekran paylaşıyorum.
Dear participants, the Çifoğlu will be presented biofilm inhibition efficiency of quaternary ammonium compounds against Pseudomonas aeruginosa strains. It's your turn. Microphone is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Gizem Çifoğlu from Kırıkkale University, and I am going to make my presentation entitled Biofilm Inhibition Efficacy of Quaternary Ammonium Compounds Against Pseudomonas aeruginosa Strains. Can you see my slides?
Yes,
Okay.
perfect.
Bacterial communities which colonize on surfaces forming a thin film-like structure have been referred to as biofilms. It has been documented that biofilms are more resistant to antimicrobial agents, such as antibiotics, surfactants, and disinfectants than planktonic counterparts. This is an emerging problem for the food industry sectors, being a potential source of contamination of foods that may lead to spoilage or transmission of foodborne pathogens. Pseudomonas species are ubiquitous environmental organisms. Some Pseudomonas species have the propensity to cause disease. They are the commonest spoilage psychotropic organisms, particularly in aerobically stored foods with a high water content and natural pH, such as red meat, poultry, milk, and dairy products. Biofilm production is an important mechanism for the survival of Pseudomonas aeruginosa. In this context, quaternary ammonium compounds are among the most widely used disinfectants. Currently, QAC are used for numerous industrial purposes, including cleaning and disinfecting farm buildings, food processing environments, or water and wastewater treatments. They are lethal to a wide variety of organisms. In the study, it was aimed to investigate the antibiofilm efficacy of benzalkonium chloride, the dimethyl methyl ammonium chloride, and alkyl dimethyl benzyl ammonium chloride, and cetylpyridium from QAC against some strains of Pseudomonas aeruginosa. The biofilm formation was performed on 96 well polystyrene plates. Each strain and mixed strain suspension were adjusted to 0.5 McFarland, and 20 microliter of each suspension were inoculated to 180 microliter tryptic soy broth. Then the plates were incubated for 24 hours at 37 centigrade. At the end of the incubation, broth and bacterial suspension were evacuated from the wells. Serial two-fold dilutions of the QAC disinfectants were added to corresponding wells. The plates were incubated for 24 hours at 37 centigrade. After the incubation, the fluids in the plates were poured off and the wells were washed 3 times. The formed biofilm were fixed at 60 centigrade and then they stained with crystal violet. The plates were air dried and the stained biofilms were resolubilized with ethanol acetone solution. Then the optical density was measured at 570 nanometers. Wells with TSV only were used as negative controls. Biofilm formation of the strains basing their optical density was classified as following, you see. The cutoff value was taken as OD of the negative control. Also, the calculation of the percentage of biofilm inhibition in wells with different disinfectant concentrations was performed as follows. So when we come to the results, Pseudomonas aeruginosa, WAM2, and ATCC42 was found as moderate biofilm producers. IMP13 and mix of the 5 strains were determined as weak biofilm producers. On the other hand, ATCC53 and PA001 were found as no biofilm producers. Cetylpyridium showed its highest inhibition effect on Pseudomonas aeruginosa, VIM2, and ATCC42. It reached inhibition rate at 46% and 47% at 256 milligram, respectively. Although higher concentrations were more effective on IMP13 and strain mixture, inhibition rate was remained under 27% even at the highest concentration. And alkyl dimethyl benzyl ammonium chloride showed efficacy by starting inhibition at 47 centigrade at 16 milligram on VIM2. Its inhibition rate was reached to 67% at 256 milligram. Overall, the most effective concentration of this disinfectant was observed as 256 milligram on VIM2, ATCC42, and IMP13 strains. Benzalkonium chloride showed its highest biofilm inhibition effect on VIM2 at 128 and 256 milligram concentrations. The biofilm inhibition rate was reached to 85%. The dimethyl ammonium chloride was also effective on VIM2, but not as higher as benzalkonium chloride. It also showed efficacy on ATCC42 biofilms between 46 and 256 milligram concentrations with approximately 37% inhibition rate. So as a conclusions, overall, QAC disinfectants were more effective if the strain produces more biofilms. No effect was observed against non-biofilm producers. The most effective concentration for all tested disinfectants was determined as 256 milligrams. Although the highest biofilm inhibition rate was observed for benzalkonium chloride, when the number and rate of strains affected considered, and alkyl dimethyl ammonium chloride was found to be the most effective disinfectant for Pseudomonas biofilms. So these results are expected to facilitate future investigations on the effectiveness of various treatments for biofilms for the purpose of their elimination and food safety assurance. Thank you.
Güzel hocama bu güzel sunum için çok teşekkür ediyoruz. Çok sağ olun Sayın Hocam.
Rica ederim hocam. Sizin de ağzınıza sağlık, emeğinize
Sağ
sağlık.
olun.
Her şey için teşekkür ederiz.
Rica ederiz ne demek ki? Katkılarınız bizi onurlandırmıştır. Ozan Hocam, Emre Kara Hocamız konunuzla alakalı galiba. Buyurun hocam.
Hocam ondan önce de bir sunumumuz var. Thank you for your dear Çifoğlu. That was a really innovative work and effective work. Thank you so much. And if you write your email, who are caring about your topic and who are asking question. And this presentation is belonging to Celal Edine Gerisi. The title of Quantitative Microscopic Analysis of Seasonal Function Rhythm of Dromedary Camel Testis from Southern Algeria. Celal, are you here?
Yes, I'm here.
All right. Celal, if it is possible, you can open your camera.
Yes, okay. It's okay?
Yes, but we didn't see you. Yes, it's working. Camera is working. And you can share your presentation.
Okay, thank you. Can you see my presentation?
Not now. We couldn't see. Please try again. If there is any problem to presentation, to present for your presentation, Celal? Celal, do you hear me?
Ozan Hocam, herhalde bir hayır var. Emre Hocama geçelim isterseniz.
All right. And Celal, after Emre Kara's presentation, we will try again. And now Emre Kara will present it, evaluation of acrosome integrity of frozen toe cemental bull semen with different staining methods. Emre Kara, are you here? Yes.
Evet, buradayım hocam.
Emre, please share your screen. That was good. It's seen. It's visible. Microphone is yours, Emre. You can start.
Can you see? Duyabiliyor musunuz hocam?
Evet, we are hearing.
Okay. Dear moderator and dear participants, I am Emre Kara. I am a graduate student in reproduction and artificial insemination faculty of veterinary medicine. Dear participants, I will now give you my presentation on evaluation of acrosome integrity of frozen turbans cemental bull semen with different staining methods. Thank you all in advance for your patience. The objective of this study was to compare their methods of staining in order to evaluate bull sperm viability and acrosome integrity after cryopreservation. Sperm samples and experimental dosing, a 30-second stewing protocol at 37 centigrade was used. All tewed sperm well tested for motility, viability, concentration, plasma membrane integrity, and acrosome integrity parameters. Motility, kinematic parameters, and sperms concentration were measured with CASA. Hyposmotic swelling test membrane intake spermatozoa were characterized by a slow tail well sperm with damaged membrane were characterized by strained tails. The percentage of host positive sperm was calculated with a calling tail. Materials methods, the acrosomal staining procedure used to determine the acrosome integrity of spermatozoa were performed according to the application procedure of ACE. Trypan blue Giemsa staining procedure. 200 cells were evaluated under a microscope at 400x magnification.
Emre, Emre slaytlar ilerlemiyor. İstersen bir manuel olarak değiştirebilirsen slaytları.
Geçtim hocam.
Şu an ikinci slaytımız gözüküyor ama kaldığın yerden devam edebilirsin slaytta.
Tamam. Acrosome intake spermatozoa were characterized by purple head, while those with damaged acrosome were characterized by pale lavender. Conventional blue G 205 staining procedure stained 200 sperm cells were examined under a microscope at 400x magnification. Spermac staining procedure. The acrosomes and the equatorial zone are light green, while the rest of the heads appears in red and both.
Emre bulunduğun slaytı işaretleyebilirsen devam etmediğini söylüyorlar slaytların ama bulunduğun slaytı işaretleyebilirsen en azından oradan devam edelim.
Bulunduğun slaytı işaretlemeyi.
Manuel olarak tıklayabilirsen en azından o slaytını görelim biz senin. Şu an ikinci slayt gözüküyor hala.
Şu anda düzeldi mi hocam?
Şu an result kısmındayız, evet. 8. slayttayız. Doğrudur. You can continue.
It has been determined that there is a significant and remarkable relationship between the sperm traveling parameters, progressive motility, and especially total motility and the detection of acrosome integrity of procedure. The examination results showed mean spermatozoa membrane integrity of and the maximum and minimum value ranged from. Very strong and significant positive interaction were determined between hosts, which is used to determine the plasma membrane integrity of spermatozoa and acrosome integrity of spermatozoa. However, all the staining procedure are methods that can be used easily in detected the acrosome status of spermatozoa. Host positive sperms, spermac stain Comanche blue stain, Trypan blue and Gimza stain. Conclusion, in our study, we saw that frozen tubed sperm obtained from cemental bulls can be stained with Trypan blue, Gimza, spermac, and Comanche blue stain processes, and their acrosome status can be clearly determined. These procedures are simple, inexpensive, and reliable. It does not require fluorescent or optics, and for 100x magnification is sufficient to weigh sperm and determine acrosomal status. The stunning techniques described here can be easily applied in studies to determine fertilization and infertility status. My thanks.
Thank you for your presentation, Emre. And you can write your email address in the chat box, and who are caring about your topics, because it was really interesting topics. Most of the researchers can reach you. And the next one is Celal. Are you here? Celal? Celal is not hearing from us. And the next presentation is belonging to Emine Nedime Korucu. The title of Seminal Plasma Mitochondrial Adenosine Triphosphate Synthesis 6 Manganese Peroxide Dismutase Cytochrome P450 Reductase and Lactate Dehydrogenase Level of Male with Oligospermic and Normospermic.
Yes.
Nedim, are you here? Yes.
Yes, I'm here. Hi, all participants. Thanks for organizing this congress to Afyonkarahisar University. I'm an assistant professor at Necmettin Erbakan University, and I will present seminal plasma mitochondrial adenosine triphosphate synthase 6 manganese superoxide dismutase chrome P4 4050 reductase and lactate dehydrogenase levels of male with oligospermic and normospermic individuals. Male infertility can be caused by a variety of factors, including congenital, acute, or idiopathic factors that impair spermatogenesis. Sperm analysis remains the gold standard for diagnosing and managing of the male infertility. Nowadays, semen analysis is targeted to determine the sperm quality and function. The purpose of this study was to determine the seminal plasma levels of mitochondrial encoded adenosine triphosphate synthase 6 manganese SOD and CPR and LDH in normospermic and oligospermic individuals, as well as to assess the relationship between spermiogram data and mentioned parameters. There are limited studies investigating basic molecular mechanism such as redox balance and oxidant-antioxidant mechanism on fertility. Many research has studied the expression of these parameters in the sperm. However, these biochemical parameters and spermiogram remains unelucidated. Based on this, the present study is considered to evaluate the importance of seminal plasma, these parameters in the male infertile man, and we in the methods, the study was composed of two groups, normospermic and oligospermic individuals. The volunteers who were admitted to Selçuk University Medical Faculty IFE Center was included the study. And analyses were performed according to the manufacturer's procedures, and these parameters were determined by ELISA kits, and the results of these parameters were calculated as nanogram per milligram protein and unit per milligram protein. And individuals who were under any medication with chronic illness and azoospermic alcohol consumers and cigarette smokers were excluded from this study. And in the present study, Table 1 shows the findings of spermiogram and total protein values of the groups. The comparison of biochemical markers in seminal analysis of the groups with normozo and oligospermic and their correlation coefficient values and p-values with sperm parameters in table 2 between 2 and 4. Table 1 as a result, figure 1 is MT-ATP6. As a result of the study, these parameters levels in normospermia were significantly higher than in oligospermia. LDH levels in normospermia were higher than in oligospermia. Mangan SOD and CPR levels did not differ between groups. And as it's shown in table 2, when semen parameters and LDH correlations are evaluated in total group, positive correlations between LDH and long head anomaly, negative correlations negative correlations with short tail anomaly were determined. When we evaluated the correlations between mangan SOD and semen parameters in table 3, the negative correlations between tail anomaly and short tail anomaly was found. In table 4 shows the relations between CPR and semen parameters with long head and short tail level, and the correlations with P6 were found to be significantly related to sperm concentration. Excuse me. Total number and total motility in motility, total progressive motility, sperm count and long head anomaly. LDH levels were found to be associated with the long head and short tail anomaly. The correlations with MT-ATP levels and sperm concentrations total number were significantly important. Positive correlations with total motility, progressive motility were found, MT-ATP were found. Immotility of the sperm showed negative correlation with MT-ATP ratio. And a positive relations between total progressive motility sperm count were determined, whereas long head anomaly showed a positive correlation. In this study, we determined the alterations in seminal plasma of LDH enzyme activity and mitochondrial ATPase in normospermic and oligospermic men. And the MT-ATPH6 and LDH activity in the oligospermy group was lower than those in the normospermy group. Manganese SOD and CPR levels did not show significant difference between the groups. And we determined that the certain spermagonetic anomalies may be caused by energy regulation flows. In oligospermy, we did not find evidence of the activity of mangan, SOD, and CPR enzymes, which are thought to be determinative parameters in response to increased oxidative stress. And our findings about MT-ATP6 also some of LDH. Oligospermic individuals have lowest LDH and MT-ATP6 levels, and those parameters are related with one or more morphologic abnormalities. Therefore, the results show that ATP is important to maintain the sperm quality. And in our study, mangan SOD levels were higher in the normospermia group, although without statistical significance. In addition, high levels of SOD activity have been found in normospermia that in the group with a pathological spermiogram. And as a conclusion, when genomics, epigenetics, proteomics, and metabolomics are better understood, we will find the answer the concerns about male infertility. Furthermore, it will reveal whether the biomolecular analysis used in ejaculated sperm is better than that used in testicular sperm. Thanks for attention.
Thank you, dear Nedime Korucu. It was really interesting topic. If you provide your email address, and participants can ask you questions about your topic. And now, dear Celal, are you here? Celal?
Yes, I am hearing. I am hearing you.
All right, Celal, please, you can share your presentation.
Okay.
And if internet connection is well, and you can open your camera. Otherwise, it's okay.
Just I will share my presentation, then I will open camera.
All right, all right, all right. We are waiting. Did you open it?
Not yet.
Yes.
It's okay. Share it.
It's okay. It's your turn. Microphone is yours.
I can start?
Yes, yes, surely you can start.
Thank you very much. I take just this opportunity to thank all the organizers for their very good efforts and to give us the opportunity to learn many things in different aspects. In my part, I will present you this study titled Quantitative Microscopic Analysis of Testicular Function in Rhythm of Dromedary Camels from Algeria.
Is there any technical problem?
Yes, I can't move. I can't move to the next slide. No, okay.
Perfect.
For introduction, the
It's
reproductive
visible.
performance is okay. Thank you. For introduction, the reproductive performances in dromedary camels and all livestock animals is very important for herd productivity and sustainability. In dromedary camels, it's a seasonal breeder. The biological rhythm of reproduction varies from one country to another according to the seasons, according also to bioclimatological data, food availability, photoperiodism, and temperature humidity index. The main parameter or factor influencing the reproduction in these spaces is not very well understood. As I said, there is a very big difference between the reproductive activity between different countries or worldwide. In many countries, authors reported the certain months of reproductive activity, and other months are not certain. There is a variability between countries, and also in the same country between 1 year to another. The reproduction can be studied by many methods, mainly morphological methods, or measuring fertility in herds, or also by molecular biology methods, endocrinology, histology, or ultrasonography. For our study, we combined between the two methods, the morphological and histological method. And named this as histomorphometrical method. An ecophysiological study of testicular functioning is needed to determine the variability of reproductive performance of these species. So we go ahead from descriptive functional aspects where we just describe the function as big or low, or proliferation or reduction, or all other terms, to a quantitative functional where we measure by quantitative methods. We measure each parameter how is changed. For animals, we used camels, male camels from the southeastern of Algeria. At the first time, we measured the different morphological parameters, namely testicular length, testicular width, and testicular thickness. These parameters allow us to measure the total volume of testes in this camel by using the formula of ellipsoid form. It's very important to measure this parameter because it's determinant for other micrometric parameters. For after slaughter, we sampled the animals, and we take the testes and the epididyms, and we make samples from the apical, medial, and distal portion of the testes. We fixed this portion in formaldehyde at 10%. Dilute at 10%, and we make the routine procedure of the slides preparation for histology using hematoxylin and using coloration staining. So for software used for this study is Axiovision software and Imagi software. 3 parameters and 3 methods were used: the micrometric measurements, where we measure parameters by micrometer, and we used also semi-sedimented segmentation by separating different structures according to their color and to their intensity of color. And we used point counting to measure each structure by counting them directly or by using grid pointing. So the softwares were calibrated and the serological parameters were determined. for thus to remain about testicular morphology in mammal species. It's divided into compartments. The exocrine compartments presented by seminiferous tubules, and this one, seminiferous tubules, is composed contain different seminiferous cells, and Sertoli cells, and we have the interstitial compartment or endocrine compartment containing vessels and Leydig cells and interstitial tissue, conjunctive tissue. So for the parameters related to relative area and volume of relative area and volume occupied by seminiferous tubules and interstitial tissue, use the semi-sedimented segmentation to calculate the interstitial tissue occupied by seminiferous tubules and interstitial tissue or intertubular tissue, and also the space, the empty space between the seminiferous tubules. These parameters were measured in 13 cross sections per testis under 40 objective magnification objective. For the interstitial and seminiferous tubules volume, we use the grid point counting by superposing this grid to the cross section of transversal section of the seminiferous to testicular section. So we counted the different points superposed to seminiferous tubules and divided them by total number of the points, and we multiplied this by the testicular volume, and we obtain the volume occupied by seminiferous tubules in the paired testis. And similarly for the interstitial tissue, where we counted the point superposed to the interstitial tissue within the cross sections. So for the relative volume of interstitial components, we interested to the interstitial tissue. So we make a similar method. So we superposed the grid point, and we counted the points according superposed to different components, namely blood vessels like this, and Leydig cells like this, and conjunctive tissue is between the cells. So we counted about an average of 1,386 points per animal, and we divided the number of the point of each structure by the total number of the grid point, and we multiplied this by the interstitial tissue volume. We obtained the volume of each structure. So for the Leydig cell measurements and individual volume of Leydig cells, we measured the surface of the Leydig cells by measuring the longitudinal and transversal diameter of each cellule, and we measured this for 100 Leydig cells per testis. And for the Leydig cell of the nucleus of Leydig cells diameter, we measured this directly by micrometer method. So we measured the diameter of Leydig cells also for 100 nucleus per animal under objective of 100 magnification. Then we calculated the Leydig cell nucleus volume by multiplying the diameter of Leydig cells by P1, then by 413 of 413, and also for the average of Leydig cell volume, we multiplied the average Leydig cell by P, then by 413. After that, we measured the total number of Leydig cells by testis per testis. So we divided the total number of the total volume of Leydig cells of the per testis by the individual Leydig cell volume, and we obtained the total number of leading cells by per testis. Also, then we measured the volume testis density, sorry, the volume density method by dividing the leading cell number by the paired testicular weight. After that, we interested to seminiferous tubules micrometry and volume. So for this exocrine compartment, we measured the seminiferous tubule diameter by dividing the external perimeter of the seminiferous tubules by P. And similarly for the internal diameter representing the lumen diameter by dividing the internal perimeter that was divided by the P. And these two parameters was measured for 13 cross sections under 14 magnification. And for seminiferous tubule epithelium high, we measured directly from the seminiferous tubules by measuring the thickness of the layers of the epithelium under 100 magnification. And finally, we measured the volume occupied by seminiferous tubule by multiplying P by the height of the cutting section presented by 5 micrometer. And then we multiplied this by the seminiferous tubule diameter. We obtained the total volume of the individual seminiferous tubule according to formula of cylinder, and this was measured for 13 cross sections under objective of 14 magnification. And for cell number and total cell number and cell enumeration and calculation of tubular fertility, we measured for each cell type, namely spermatogony, spermatocyst 1, spermatocyst 2, spermatids and spermatozoid, and also Sertoli cells. We measured the number of each cell type by 10 cross section of seminiferous tubules and under 14 magnification. And then we measured the curved number of Sertoli cells by multiplying the volume of the testis by the volume of seminiferous tubules, and also multiplied this by the number of each type of cells.
Jalal,
the number
please
of
come to conclusion. Time is over.
Okay.
Please come to conclusion. Time is over.
Okay. So we calculated the crude number, then the true number of Sertoli cells, and the fertility index by calculating the percentage of the seminiferous tubules containing spermatids or spermatozoids. So for this, all these parameters, we used them for measuring and studying the seasonal change of the testicular morphology of the interstitial tissue or the exocrine compartment represented by seminiferous tubules. And we also studied, used these parameters to calculate, to study the puberty age, or the optimum the puberty age and the optimum age for maturity to use camels in as reproducer and in the camel herds. And also in other studies, we used these parameters to in pathological aspects of genital tracts of camel, and also to study hepatoprotective effect of sandfish from Sahara in cadmium induced hepatotoxicity rates. So for other results, or for if you are interested about the results of the study, you can consult these papers, and I remain at your disposal for any question. So for conclusion about this quantitative method to study the organs and specifically the testis, we must understand the anatomy of the organ, mainly the topography, irrigation, vascularization, and the innervation. Also, we must understand the general and special histology of the organ, as well as the agreement of the different tissue elements. We must conduct exhaustive and relevant biometric study as well as possible. And we prepare histological slides as appropriate as possible. And we must use the most suitable photographic microscopy for histological analysis in question and with the highest image resolution. And we must conduct descriptive analysis, which facilitates mainly the interpretation of the quantitative analysis. It's recommended to determine the different stereological variables to be measured according to study objectives, and calibrate the bioinformatics softwares prior to histomorphometric analysis, and finally respect of the repeatability specific to each parameter, which allows a better sensitivity and specificity of measurements. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you for your comprehensive study, Celal, and please put your email address in the chat box and someone can reach you. And now, Merve Bişkin Türkmen, are you here? And please mute, please mute. The microphone is closed now.
Okay, hello.
Hello, we are hearing, and I would like to present the title of the Yaşar Şahin et al. Studies, an investigation of the effects of cyanic acid and synaptic acid on brain tissue against cadmium toxicity in mice. Yes, Merve Bişkin Türkmen. Microphone is yours. It's your turn.
Yes, hello.
Hello.
Okay, 1 minute.
And please
Is it
share your
shared?
presentation. Yes, it's visible now.
Okay. Hello, everyone. First of all, I want to thank you for this organization, for your time, Dr. Arslan and other one. I am Merve Bişkin Türkmen from Kırıkkale University, Faculty of Veterinary Medicine, Department of Pathology. Our study is investigation of effects. Investigation of effect of syringic acid and synaptic acid on brain tissue against cadmium toxicity in mice. We aim to show neuroprotective effect of syringic acid and synaptic acid against cadmium toxicity in the brain tissue were comparatively examined. To compare synaptic acid and syringic acid effect on brain tissue exposed to heavy metal, to evaluate natural remains, how much effective to stop neural damage by using contents within herbal, to constitute a role modeling for human brain, to provide transferring this knowledge and alternative therapy choose. Cadmium is a natural occurring heavy metal whose chemical behavior is similar to of zinc. Cadmium, due to long biological half-life and very low excretion rate, is accumulation in various organ rates. Its accumulation in various organs over time causes deterioration in the function in this organ, brain, lung, liver, etc. As a result of long-term accumulation, it can use toxic effect in the central nervous system and peripheral nervous system. It can also increase permeability of the blood-brain barrier. However, the mechanism underlying CD neurotoxicity are not fully understood. It's known that the genotoxic effect of CD affects cell proliferation and differentiation, cell circle prognation, DNA synthesis, and apoptosis. Recently, an important cadmium genomic effect is the inhibition of DNA repair. A recent study also includes cadmium affects cell apoptosis, differentiation, and proliferation. Material method. A total of 36 biopsy male mice here use this study. 5 experimental and not treated control groups were randomly contains 6 mice per group. During first 7 days, sterile distilled water was orally given the first group via gavage. In second, TT cadmium groups and single dose 1.4 milligram per kilograms cadmium within isotonic is administered intraperitoneally. At first day experiment, sterile distilled water was continued as its first group. To the third group, cadmium toxicity was administered in intraperitoneally at first day of an experiment, and also 25 milligram per kilograms. The syringic acid were orally treated via gavage. 40 groups, syringic acid as only administered at dosage during 7 days. 50 groups were exposed to cadmium toxicity as well as 10 milligram per kilogram synaptic acid administration via oral route and gavage during first 7 days. Last groups, the SINA groups, synaptic acid was only administered as begun in previous 50 groups. Here you see brain section, cortex, hippocampus, cerebellum, medulla, etc. All mice were sacrificed. Central nervous system tissue were fixated in 10% formalin and followed and stained by hematoxylin eosin. The pathologic scoring were evaluated by scoring according to 0 no lesion, 1 very mild, 2 mild, 3 weakly moderate, 4 moderate, 5 strong, and then 6 very strong. It is statistically analyzed according to estimate and two-way ANOVA regarding to data obtained from the application of each method. The markers were compared between the groups with the post-hoc decay test, and the differences was considered statistically significant, p less 0.05. In brain tissue, in mice exposed only to cadmium, mild multifocal bleeding area, vascular congestion, and edematous hyperchromatic cells were observed. In addition, diffuse and severe degenerative changes characterized by loss of nuclear and cytoplasmic organization were observed in neurons, glial cells, and ependym cells. Necrosis vimal, significant nuclear change were seen apoptotic neuron in the cerebral cortex, thalamus, hypothalamus, and hippocampus. In the cerebellum, intracellular edema and extensive and severe degenerative were observed in Purkinje cells. Although no lesion was evaluated in the control groups, the synaptic acid and synergic acid groups did not show any lesion different from control group. Here you see severe pycnotic nuclei in the group 2, only cadmium groups, and cerebral cortex, that is pycnotic nuclei. Then degeneration and necrosis in the cells, especially Purkinje cells. But in synaptic acid group, there wasn't pathologic lesion. Lesion almost the same the control groups. Okay. The highest degenerative lesion is observed at cerebral cortex, and the highest degenerative lesion in hippocampus in TT group, cadmium group. The highest necrotic lesion is thalamus and hypothalamus in SC group, syringic group. Here you see statistically significance group. control versus cadmium, control versus cadmium and syringic acid, and others. Two most lesion observed only cadmium group, TT groups, but the control groups and synaptic acid groups almost zero lesion. The graphic shows cerebral cortex are pons the highest lesion in red. Then where hippocampus and hippocampus and medulla oblongata area has lowest lesion, is the purple. Here we can see 3 dimension of lesion distribution: degenerate, necrosis, and apoptosis. In previous study, it has been shown that CD cadmium, which has a long half-life and is observed at it produces free radicals that can potentially damage both neurons and oligodendrocytes in the brain and can be a potent neurotoxic agent for the nervous system. Syringic acid, it's a phenolopic compound commonly found in vegetable and fruits. In addition to treatment of disease such as diabetes, cardiovascular disease, cancer, it's also antioxidant, antimicrobial, anti-inflammatory, and anti-cancer effect. In this study, it was observed that lesion, neurodegeneration, and apoptosis were reduced more the groups treated with synaptic and syringic acid compared to other toxicity group. A decrease in the lesion of synaptic acid group was more successful, and numerical degrees and increase were determined between groups. And as a result of a statistical evaluation, some of these groups were found to be significant. Evaluation and interpretation were made by considering all the results. Apoptosis and degeneration were more evaded in experimental groups. Necrosis were relatively decreased between groups. Cerebral cortex, hippocampus, as well as cerebrum were generally more affected from neural alteration. TT and lesser TC group lesion were co-found in cerebral cortex, hippocampus, and cerebellum consecutively. KS group lesion were more decreased according to other toxicity group. KS and TS group lesion were found more successfully against neural damage which resurged by cadmium toxicity. SOLE-S and SINA groups didn't differ from control groups. Synaptic acid given groups were found more successful than syringic acid given groups in terms of prevention of lesion. In conclusion, herbal origin of synaptic acid can be a better and natural choice for relieving of neural damage after acute cadmium toxicity. Thank you for attention.
Dear Merve, that was really good presentation. Everything is perfect. And if you provide your email address and who are caring about your topics, they can reach you. And now the next presentation is belonging to Murat Çevik, the title of Canine Coronavirus Antibodies, Seroprevalence and Associated Risk Factors Among Pet and Kennelled Dogs in Turkey. Murat, are you here?
Yes, I am here. Can you
All
hear?
right. Merve, close your presentation.
I'm sorry.
All right. And after that, Murat can share your presentation. Yes, Murat, can your presentation?
Yes, now I share. Can you see it?
Yes, it's working now.
Yes.
It's your turn.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I want to introduce myself. My name is Murat Çevik. I study in virology at Necmettin Erbakan University. Today, my presentation is about canine coronavirus infection among pet and canine dogs. First of all, I want to give information about canine coronavirus infection. Canine coronavirus is an important enteric pathogen of the dogs, and fecal oral route is the main route of transmission. For example, infected puppies can shed the virus for up to 180 days. And the virus is a member of the Alpha coronavirus genus in the Coronaviridae family, and it has two different genotypes, coronavirus type 1 and coronavirus type 2. Also, a highly virulent pantropic virus has been detected in puppies. And the disease is characterized by diarrhea, vomiting, weight loss, anorexia, dehydration, and most of the time dehydration causes death. And secondary infections, mostly bacterial infections, increase the rates of the mortality. The aims of the study were to determine the seroprevalence and risk factors associated with current coronavirus infection among pet and kennel dogs. For this purpose, 119 blood samples were collected from dogs in Konya province during the months of September 2018 and June 2019. You can see the details about the age, sex, breed, and breeding type of the sample dogs in table. Antibodies against canine coronavirus was detected by using a commercial ELISA kit. Also, some of the information, age, sex, breed, and breeding type were recorded during the sample time, and their effects on canine coronavirus seropositivity were tested by using univariable analysis and multivariable logistic regression analysis. And as a result of ELISA, antibodies against the virus were detected in 62 dogs, including 25 pet and 38 kennel dogs. As a result of univariable analysis, age, you can see the p-values in here, also seropositivity rates in here, age, sex, and breeding type were determined a possible risk factors associated with canine coronavirus seropositivity, and then these factors were analyzed by multivariable logistic regression analysis to determine their association with infection. However, results of the multivariable logistic model showed that there were no significant association between seropositivity and age, sex, and breeding type. You can see the p-values in here, and all of the p-values were higher than the 0.05. In this study, canine coronavirus seroprevalence rate was determined 52.9%. This rate is lower than previous studies from Turkey, which range 74.3% to 96.25%. However, result of this study was higher than a previous study, which was conducted in Konya, Burdur, and Sparta provinces. These differences in rate of the seroprevalence can be rated by the age of the sampled animals, number of sampled animals, breeding types of sampled dogs, or their vaccination status, or detection method, which used for determine the seroprevalence rates. In this study, canine coronavirus seroprevalence was higher in dogs age greater than 3 years when compared with dogs less than 3 years, but this difference wasn't statistically significant. Also, previous studies have reported similar results. Higher seropositivity rate in older dogs can be explained by high risk for contact with infected dogs or contaminated environments. Although in this study, canine coronavirus seropositivity rate was high in male dogs, but it wasn't statistically significant. Previous studies have also reported that sex has no association with canine coronavirus infection. In this study, there were no significant differences between breed of the dogs and breeding type. Similar results also reported in previous studies. However, a different study from Turkey reported that breeding type was a significant factor associated with seropositivity of the disease in dogs. This variation may be due to age of the sampled animals, number of sampled animals, and detection method. Results of the study revealed that canine coronavirus infection is prevalent in patent canine dogs in Konya province, and vaccination can be used to control the disease. Also, future epidemiological studies are needed to better understanding of the risk factors associated with the infection. Thank you for your attention. If you have any question, I can answer your questions.
Thank you for your good presentation, Murashevik. And if you share your email address in the chat box, and attenders can ask a question directly with you.
Okay, thank you.
And the next presentation from Hilal Hızlı Güldemir, the title of Mother's Experiences and Product Choices in Complementary Feeding Period, a Quality Study. Are you here, Hilal Hızlı Güldemir?
Hello, yes, I am here.
Dear Murashevik, could you close your presentation?
Yes.
And after closing, Hilal Hızlı Güldemir can share your presentation.
Sorry.
Okay, we are waiting.
Yes.
Hilal Hızlı Güldemir, can you share your presentation?
Of course.
And if it is possible, can you open your camera?
Okay, when I can finish sharing, I will do it.
All right, all right, all right. Take your time.
Is it okay?
No.
The presentation?
No, it is not visible now.
Does it now?
Yes, it's visible.
Okay. Then
Microphone is yours.
hello, everyone. Thank you for being here for the last presentation of this section. I am Hilal from Nutrition and Dietetics Department from Eskişehir. And my presentation is about mother's experience and product choices in complementary feeding period. This is a qualitative study. Complementary nutrition is defined as the feeding of infants and young children aged 6 to 24 months with healthy and safe foods, in addition to breast milk, in order to ensure proper growth and development and to shape healthy eating behavior. The World Health Organization and the Afghan Nutrition Committee recommend that the infants be fed only with breast milk for the first 6 months. Complementary foods should be started at the 6 months and continued with breastfeeding with appropriate complementary foods until the age of 2 or more. Since food preferences have been shown to be shaped early in life and continue into adulthood, optimal delivery food during the complementary feeding period will have an impact on the development of healthy eating habits in both the short and long-term period of life. Many studies on the complementary feeding period focus on factors such as the amount, type, and the starting time of nutrients. However, the preparation of foods in accordance with the food safety principles and the selection of tools used for this purpose are very important for infant health. Therefore, the aim of the study is to investigate the experiences of mothers with 6 or 24-month-old babies during the complementary feeding period and their product choices specific to this period. The study was carried out with the interview technique, one of the qualitative research methods. The open-ended questions used in the interviews were drafted in line with the literature and clarified by taking expert opinions. The questions formed were directed to the participants who were determined by the snowball sampling method and continued until the saturation was reached. Online interviews were conducted because of the pandemic period with the participants who agreed to be interviewed voluntarily by making an appointment at a suitable time. The interviews conducted by the researcher were recorded with the consent of the participants. These recorded interviews lasted an average of 40 to 50 minutes. Of course, the study has an ethics committee approval. The questions used to collect data in the research are aimed at determining the introductory information of babies and mothers, the experience of mothers during the complementary feeding period, the preferences of equipment in stages such as food preparation, cooking, and storage in this period, and their aesthetic concerns in the product selection process. The records of the interviews that took place within the scope of the research were described by the researcher. This content was coded by 2 researchers in accordance with the research purpose. Then the themes were created by comparing and coding. It's seen that the mothers are 29 years old and the babies are 13 months old on average. There was the mother's education level is undergraduate and above, and the distribution of the provinces they live is predominantly Istanbul and Kütahya. 2 mothers from Muğla, 2 mothers from Eskişehir, and 1 mother from Izmir. Findings obtained within the scope of the research is shaped by in 5 themes, which are emotions of mothers. The second one is methods and products used in preparing and cooking foods. The third one was methods and products used in feeding the babies. Fourth one, methods and products used in preserving foods. And this last one is product selection criteria, was evaluated and discussed in the themes. First one was emotions of mothers in this period. Participants described the complementary feeding process as an exciting and pleasing process. It's seen in the statements that the anxiety of doing the best for the baby is high. It's understood that the participants attach great importance for the baby's love and acceptance of the food they prepare. For example, mother 1 said that it was very exciting how to do it as a mother, where to start. It was a very exciting process. The second one was in the themes was methods and products used in preparing and cooking foods. Since steaming is one of the cooking methods with the least loss of nutritional value of vegetables and fruits, it's primarily recommended in healthy nutrition applications. The participants also applied this method in the meals they prepare for their baby, putting their baby's health at the forefront. For example, Mother 5 said that I steamed lunch and dinner, especially when vegetables and meat are included. Her son or girl had a steamer, and I used it. I also used the steel steam cooking apparatus. Or when I talked to my doctor, he suggested that way. She said. Also, glass grater is a product preferred by almost every participant to prepare fruit purees, especially at the beginning stage. The striking statements of the two participants are from one mother tree. For the first time I was grating the fruits I used on a glass grater, especially grated apples. And the second one was mother 4. I used a glass grater when I started giving solid food at 4 months. The third theme was methods and products used in feeding the babies. In here, glass, porcelain, and ceramics come to the fore in the products that mothers use while feeding their babies. The risk of breakage in these materials shapes the use of the mothers. Mother 1 said that I prefer glass and porcelain on plates. I prefer soup in a small container, either glass or porcelain. And Mother 5 says like the same way. But on the other hand, it is seen that the most preferred products against the risk of breakage are silicone products. There are the following statements about this material. For example, Mother 10 said that I chose it because the material is silicone and they use a healthy silicone for against the breakage of glass and porcelain or ceramic. The fourth theme was methods and products used in preserving foods. Participants usually prepare meals for their babies, especially and in small portions. The most prominent use is that it is important to prepare and eat the meal fresh, and it is not preferred to cook and store more than 1 or 2 meals. Mother 2 said, I usually cooked 1 meal, I only cook 2 meals in soups. Or Mother 8 said, I pay attention to the fact that it is a single portion, especially for the baby, to have a small bowl for him to eat. And the product selection criteria was the last and important themes in our study. The choice of material that is healthy and doesn't leave chemical residues is at the forefront. In addition, it is seen that the most sought after features are its small volume, easy cleaning, and resistance to breakage. The fact that the products contained with the heat is suitable for food safety is another important issue that mothers pay the most attention to. And also another important factor was the aesthetic appearance. While mothers give importance to the aesthetic appearance of the products they choose, they prioritize practically in the usage process, practically small volume and easy cleaning the most. In conclusion, as a result, the preparation of foods in accordance with the food safety principles and the selection of tools used for this purpose are important issues that should be considered for infant health and for healthy eating habits in early stages of life. Thank you for listening to me, and thank you for the organization committee for this Congress.
Thank you so much for your good presentation, Hilal Hızlı Güldemir. And the next presentation, the title of Calcium Dependent Cysteine Protease with Fibronectin Potential in Melia Double Latex. Rakuram Achar, are you here? Perfect.
I'm here.
Perfect. Microphone is yours. It's your turn. And please use your time effectively. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for the organizers for giving me the opportunity, though I had to present it on 25th. I could not do because of various reasons. Yeah, let me begin my topic of Milia dubia proteases for thrombolysis and wound healing. Yeah, I'm from JSS Academy of Higher Education Research, Mysuru, Karnataka, India. So this is our abstract which was submitted. So introducing you to the family of proteases which we are identifying from a plant called as Melia dubia, and our major focus is on working related to thrombus and wounds and try to solve the problems biochemically over there. And Melia dubia is a traditional plant in India. It is called as Malabar neem or hill neem or Hebeu in local language. It belongs to Miliaceae family and timber, as we call them, in Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh, places of India, and majorly used for skin infection and gastrointestinal ailments, and has been proposed to have anti-cancerous, antibacterial, antioxidant, and anti-helminthic. So this is how the plant looks like. The tree, the fruits of it as well. So what about proteases? Proteases, as you all know, that would hydrolyze the protein and break it into peptides. But how it is relevant is something which we'll try to understand over here. There might be any source of protein, plant source, animal source, or microbial source, and they can work on various pH, but apparently alkaline pH is the more favorable one, and the mode of action is quite diverse. It might be endogenous way of functioning or exogenous in terms of cleaving the protein. And we call proteins as cysteine proteases, serine proteases, aspartic, metalloglutamic, threonine proteases as well. And coming to wound healing concept, thrombin, you know that would activate the fibrinogen and then would form fibrin, and fibrin clot formation is an important event in the wound healing process. This is for the clot formation. At the same time, plasmin acting on fibrin to hydrolyze the fibrin clot is another event in case of the thrombolysis. So both events have one thing in common, that is the proteases which are functioning, be it the thrombin or the plasmin. So many thrombin and plasmin like proteases have been identified in the past, and the research is still on to identify the best protease to hydrolyze thrombus. So as I told you, there is normal blood flow over here, but if there is deep vein thrombosis, if there is a deep vein thrombosis, you can see that there is blood clot formation happening in the blood vessels, and it would lead to a lot of trouble, and even a severe stroke, and even severe cases can lead to death as well. So you know various cases of Nikola Tesla, Charles Darwin, or be it even Serena Williams or Hillary Clinton having suffered with the deep vein thrombosis at some stage, and to combat it, thrombolytic agents come into picture, be it the streptokinase, urokinase, or the tissue plasmin activators. And one of the very important observations which you can observe here is that high cost, or there might be allergic reaction. So our objective was to see if Melia dubia, which is traditionally used for such functions in skin and the blood functioning, evaluate its proteolytic function and try to describe its biochemical characterization and also fibrinolytic activity. So what we did was initially we took the fruits, we took the extracts, freeze them, subjected to ammonium sulfate precipitation for the protein fractions, then determined its caseinolytic activity, tried to characterize it with various changes in pH, temperature, time, and other factors, then described its fibrinolytic activity, which I'm going to describe how we did and what are the results obtained. So you can see over here that it showed the caseinolytic activity, gelatinolytic, and sparingly some BSA, albumin lytic activity. Then casinolytic activity was very predominant, and we tried to compare it with trypsin, and these were the results. And we proceeded with characterization. We found that it acts majorly at around 7.6 pH, much better than a very alkaline pH. And then you can see over here its stability and incubation time as well. It took more than 150 minutes to hydrolyze the protein, and the optimum temperature was around 37, 38 degrees centigrade, which is normal. And the inhibition study, we tried to identify what kind of inhibitors inhibit and try to characterize the protease. And we found that the inhibition, the percent inhibition was more in case of the PMSF. Then metal ion concentration, what is its effect, we tried to identify. And we found out that calcium dependent activity was found, and this was further processed and identified with respect to plasma clot hydrolysis. And we saw that the alpha polymers, or majorly the alpha dimers, would be hydrolyzed eventually, and you can see how the hydrolysis is happening with respect to plasma. And this is a blood clot hydrolysis where both MDLP, which is the miliadobe latex protease, and the trypsin were found to be very effective at various concentrations. So to conclude this particular preliminary result, which we are trying to do, it has been proven to be a source of protease with our work, and it can be effectively used to hydrolyze plasma or the plasma clots, blood clots. And where are we in? We are trying to purify it, characterize it, and we try to work on the thrombolytic and the wound healing effects of it and try to develop. So to conclude, our sense would be to have this folklore or traditional knowledge and try to potentially work on the fibrinolytic activity. And opportunities are in terms of how we would try to develop this novel thrombolytic activity and try to make some formulations in nano format so that the targeted drug delivery is possible. And weakness is it was initially a partially purified one, but we would like to demonstrate it with proper assays in the future with the purified samples. So this is the publication which we have recently published in 2021 in Journal of Proteins and Proteomics. And I would like to thank our JSS Academy of Higher Education Research for providing the monetary support as an internal research grant for this work. Special thanks to my research team, Nitya, Vikas, Tirumurthy, and Gauri, who have supported this. And special thanks to ICBH for providing us the opportunity to present our findings over here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rakut. Thank you for your compelling study. Hopefully you will publish the new one in the next future. And the next presentation belongs to Mehmet Emin Çelikkaya. The title of Spontaneous Bowel Perforation Caused by Ventriculoperitoneal Shunt Catheter. Mehmet Emin Çelikkaya, are you here? Do you hear me well?
Yes, I am here.
All right.
Are you
All right.
hearing me?
Yes, I'm hearing well. And you can share your presentation. And we are waiting for you.
Sorry, I am so sorry.
No problem, no problem. Take your time. This is last presentation.
Can you see?
Not now. We couldn't see now. Please try again.
Sorry. I am so sorry.
No problem. Take your time. Don't worry. Don't worry about it. First of all, bottomda click share screen.
Button share screen. Okay.
Yes, you can click it. But first of all, you should have already opened the presentation.
Yes. I try to connect with cell phone. Sorry.
Okay. You can try again. If I'm not mistaken, because this is the last one. We are waiting.
Okay.
Yes, it's visible now.
Good. Sorry. Yes.
If you are ready, you can start.
Okay.
Yes. Microphone is yours.
Hi, dear research. Let me introduce you. I am working as a pediatric surgeon in Hatay Mustafa Kemal University. My study is spontaneous bowel perforation caused by ventriculoperitoneal shunt catheter. The aim of this study, ventriculoperitoneal shunt procedure, is a well-established treatment for obstructive hydrocephalus, providing drainage of cerebrospinal fluid via subcutaneous catheter into the peritoneal cavity. Bowel perforation is an unusual complication of ventriculoperitoneal shunting. We presented here a case who had double perforation of ileum caused by a ventriculoperitoneal catheter. Is really rare situation. Method, we presented here a case who had double perforation of ileum caused by a shunt catheter. Findings, a 3-month-old female was admitted to our hospital with meningomyelocele and obstructive hydrocephalus. A neurological examination revealed paraplegia and the head circumference was measured 42 centimeters. Cranial and spinal magnetic resonance imaging revealed hydrocephalus. 6 months later, on her last admission, she had abdominal distension and obstructive pattern of bowel sounds. The leukocyte count was 16 microliter with prevalence of neutrophils. C-reactive protein was multiple gas fluid levels with up motion of the coiled shunt catheter on serial images. At operations, laparoscopy, there was no prolonged peritonitis, small bowel were dilated, and there were multiple adhesions among the intestinal loops. Shunt was seen covered by fibrous sheet. All adhesions and fibrous sheet around the shunt catheter were opened. Shunt had perforated the small bowel at a distance of 40 centimeters to the cecum and migrated into the proximal lumen. Catheter had then again returned to the peritoneal space via a second bowel wall perforation, 10 centimeters distant to the first perforation site. Shunt catheter was removed totally and the perforation sites were repaired. Cerebrospinal fluid culture grave, Pseudomonas aeruginosa sensitive to meropenem and amikacin. There were no signs of increased intracranial pressure and head circumference, and the patient did not require a new shunt system. The patient was discharged 14 days after the operation. Conclusion, VP shunt-related intestinal perforation is a rare but serious complication. We think that previous abdominal operations may be responsible for this perforation in association with the decrease of bowel motility due to adhesions. Here, the first case of perforation of small bowel by the shunt catheter to our knowledge. The shunt had perforated the ileum 40 centimeters from cecum and migrated into proximal lumen. Then the catheter had again returned to peritoneal space via second bowel wall perforation, 10 centimeters distant from the first perforation site. Interestingly, there were the fibrous sheets around the catheter, which is believed by some authors to be a reason for perforation, either before the first or after the second perforation. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you so much for your good presentation, Mehmet Emin Alçayır, Mehmet Emin Çelik. That was a really good presentation, and you shared many valuable information for us. And if you have an option, you can write your email address in the chat box, and these attenders can ask a question as a directly. And thank you so much being here to be part of the ICBH Congress. That was really nice for me. And I would like to say thank you so much, dear Ulaş Acaröz and Damla Aslan Acaröz and his and her team. Damla, it's your turn.
Respected researchers, we are really happy to meet with you in this Congress and sharing this platform with you and your support to the Congress. And now we are closing all sessions. First of all, I would like to thank Professor Dr. Tuncer Çakmak and Dr. Ozan Can Arslan. And now we are closing session. As I said before, now we will pass to Hall A, the other hall, for closing session at 7 o'clock and see you there. Sayın hocalarım, öncelikle Tuncer hocama ve Ozan hocama çok teşekkür ederim. Destekleri için, kongremize destekleri için. Bu oturumlarımızı bu salonumuzda, B salonumuzda tamamlamış bulunmaktayız. Kapanışımız A salonunda olacaktır. Onun linki A salonunda. A salonunun linkini girerek o salona erişim sağlayabilirsiniz Zoom'dan. Poster ödülleri ve sözlü bildirilerin ödülleri ilan edilecek ve kapanışı gerçekleştireceğiz. Hepinize katkılarınızdan dolayı çok teşekkür ederiz. Tekrar görüşmek üzere. Have a nice evening and see you for next Congress.
Hoşça kalın, herkese teşekkür ederim.
And Professor Kola and Professor Segueni. Ciao. See you
Hodafez,
for
ciao.
Bye
Görüşmek
bye.
üzere.